Flat Earth British, Martin speaking. Welcome people on the 19th of the 9th, 2018, or so they say. Epic of you to join me, so grateful, thank you. Please, before I get underway, subscribe to my channel, come back. This is chapter 1 of the greatest story never told. Okay, now the first part is going to be in maybe 3 chapters. I'll see how this one goes for time, and it's an unraveling. Okay, there's a story along with it. It's our real heritage, this place, our flat and static motionless plane, which is in fact a reset system. Okay, and we're going to look into the controllers and their coding and what they know, which has been picked apart. Okay, now, before I get underway, okay, I want to give you all a big thank you for all of your support and everything else. Okay, so what I want you to do is go off, make a cup of coffee, make a nice big cup of coffee, relax, come back, okay, sit down, chill out, and try and absorb what I'm going to tell you. Okay, in episode 1 or chapter 1 of the greatest story never told, the ancient fasces. Do you know what a fasce is? Well, we're going to look into the fasces, the Roman fasces, but it's not Roman, it far precedes that. Okay, and implement a device which turns out could possibly be the most important portable device in history. Okay, buckle in people. If you're new to my channel, it's going to be maybe baffling, or maybe not. For you guys who have already been here on the journey, you're going to love this. Alright, and the rest of the week is going to be amazing. So we'll do, I think I'll do 2 or 3 chapters, and then I'm going to do a nice little summarization, a nice synopsis at the end, hopefully on a weekend, but I don't think so, because I've got a show Friday, Karen's Sun and Moon group, not last Friday, this Friday coming. I'll put a link in the descriptions box. You'll be able to see me over there. I'm having a talk on Karen's Sun and Moon Family United channel Friday. I've also got an email from UAP channel, okay, who is fucking epic in America land, who I'm going to have a hangout with. I'm going to be chowing down with on here and getting us some information. Okay, but we'll see how that goes, because he wants Friday night and I'm already live, but it's going to come this weekend, so look forward to that, guys. UAP, I know. So I'm a big fan, so that's going to be brilliant. The guy knows his stuff. So we're going to look into the fasces. Okay, now this thing has been there all my life. I used to work on archaeological digs. I've worked on Roman works. I used to work for Cathedrals, Welsh monuments, as a stonemason's assistant. Okay, but after a while I was a stonemason myself, but I wasn't paid stonemason's wages, by the way. But I've got to work on Roman, apparent Roman then buildings. I've worked on an amphitheatre in Cairo, Leon, Roman baths, and we actually built the baths entrance, and they told us, Cadu, to come and take them down, they look too good, so we had to take it down. First time my work has ever been taken down. And we had to rebuild it, but it was extra months free work, so it was excellent. But I worked on Cairo Leon, and amphitheatres and all sorts. So I've got a feel, but I have been to museums, Roman museums, and Rome itself, Colosseum, etc. And this fasces, this thing that is a symbol for one of the greatest symbols in humanity, people. It really is. And you've missed it? Maybe not. It's on par with the swastika. In fact, the fascists use it as Mussolini used this, and Napoleon, for their emblems. Also Adolf Hitler. It is the emblem for fascism. Fascism is taken from the word, or derives from the fasc, for centralized control, complete control from them, from Caesars, whatever you want to call them. So we're going to look into it, the fasc. Okay, chapter 1. Okay, this is going to get crazy. Enjoy, people, enjoy. So we're going to look into it. We're going to get you familiar with a fasc, and I'm going to hit you up what I think this thing is. coding. I'm always picking apart coding, and something that's bothered me all the way along is the knight, the empty knight, or the Roman soldier's uniform is empty. Please take note of this little fellow as something that looks like it's blocking his ears. Well, what you really to look at is this implement here. It's a load of rods tied, and it looks like an axe in the top. So it's not a carrier for an axe, because these are a solid tube of tubes. Okay, we're going to go into it now on the theology, what they say is behind it, but they don't know anything, as you know. Everywhere, it's used everywhere. You would believe it. It's in the House of Congress. The fascists use it, and the other fascists use it in the House of Congress. It's either side of them. The Masons use it. It is tied in with the eagle of control. Here we go. The Fasces is beside the US flag, House of Chamber in the Capitol building here, as you can see. It's very, very significant. It's not just a symbol. It's more than a symbol. You have them laying vertically, horizontally. And here's one in the Oval Office, JFK and kids. And here is one over the door. Alright? So, they're everywhere. They're on so many coins, it's unbelievable. So this is what they are. It's a load of sticks, but not. You can see here they're tied with what looks like a wire, and they are tubes. Okay, they are tubes. And I'll show you what they look like now shortly. So associated with them are batons and field marshal batons. We'll get to that in this post. So here they are, the Roman Fasces, or Fasces, is on either side of Honest Abe's chair. Who knew, guys? Who knew? Either side of the Fasces. Did you know that? It's everywhere. Now I've told you, oh boy, you're going to see it everywhere. So, a memorial, Gettysburg, for the Gettysburg Address Memorial. And you got Honest Abe again. Not so honest. And the Fasces either side. Okay, we're going to look into what they say. Now, the narrative is bullshit. You do not take an entire regiment into battle, and mind you, these things leave a city looking like dust when they come away. I'll show you in a minute. The idea is one stick can be snapped. A bunch of sticks is tough. So it's together we are tough, one stick. You get it? So that is the analogy. It's bullshit, because these things are made of copper and brass. I'll show you shortly. They are everywhere. They're on all civic buildings, and they're interlaced with pretty much Brooklyn School. She's carrying one over her shoulder. Buildings as well, either side here. Look, it's just San Francisco Kite Tower. It's everywhere. Now I've showed you, you're going to see it everywhere. Okay, one there. Now they come in different sizes. You get the big, huge ones, like big enough for giants to carry, and you get the portable devices. Okay, now they're not a quiver for arrows, and they're not a quiver for an axe. They are solid tubes together. What can they be for? Are they Gatling guns? Are they a cannon? Okay, well, we'll look into it now and we'll see what you think. Okay, there's depictions, beautiful depictions, paintings, beautiful paintings. We'll look at a few of these along the way, and as you can see, the Fasces, or the Fasces, is the main feature, as it is with a lot of ancient depictions I'm now noticing. Is it the Masonic pillars? Well, I think pillars are an analogy for the Fasces. I think that the grooves in the pillar are paying homage to this device, is what I believe it is, a device. And the empty knight, where could he have been? Where could he be, the empty knight? Well, where could he have disappeared to? Again, on buildings. They are everywhere, are the Fasces. Okay, coat of arms, justice. Oh, we're going to look into this along this week as well. Please come back, please sub. The orb and scepter is part of it. Now, everything that I'm going to be presenting is associated with technasia. And technasia is the technology of using harmonics in church machines, as you know, but there is other practical applications, people. This technology can save humanity. It can heal. It can heal. Not only that, I can prove to you that it can make trees and fruit huge, and pineapples bigger than people. I got evidence for through harmonics, through these machines, but they got turned. They can turn against us. Now, bear with me. So you're familiar with it now. Do you feel familiar with it? Okay, okay. We move on. So they come in different sizes. Whatever could they be? They're bounded by metal, and they're big rods. Now these look like some comets that I presented. They look like a lot of different things, people. Missiles. But what could they be? Okay, there's one there. And the Romans take them into battle. Okay. There's one on a statue looking very much like a Gatling gun barrel, but it's a fasces, adopted by the fascists, adopted by Mussolini and Adolf Hitler. It's incorporated in the baton, which I feel is part of this. I'll get to it now. So they go into battle, loads of them with on their shoulders. So they don't sort of put them, struggle to carry. Some of these are really big to get to the battlefront to pull out an axe, which doesn't pull out because it's fixed in, and you don't grab a big massive bit and try and clobber someone, because these guys got wicked advanced technology, even that we know of, like blister bolts. Okay, so they go into battle and the places burn. They literally burn after these people have visited them. So here's Mussolini, dictator of Abyssinia, 1937, Ethiopia, in search of the Ark of the Covenant. And you have two Zouave soldiers accompany him and his generals, Voluto Mussolini. Very interesting person. Main interest, I believe, was architecture. And they carry into fasces, two of them, tubes. So they, what do? So they're just a symbol. Are they? I think this is a giant. He looks absolutely huge, and he's carrying a huge one. Okay, huge fasces. Everywhere through your history, here's one of the Englishman George with a couple of women, and she's carrying the very important fasces. And not only that, the trumpet, which is associated with it too, and harp music, angelic harps, angel harps, angels. Now what are they? To turn up and give advanced technology. Now every time you see the eagle, now this symbol, this fasces, is on the American dollar, is on everything. It's under the eagle, and he's carrying a bunch of arrows, all splaying out. Okay, one stick, weak, close together, strong. No, it's the fasces. It's an analogy for what this thing actually does. Look at that. Rainbow sweeps across the lower quadrant of the dome of the sky. Excellent. So, this thing is attributed to bringing health and well-being. The NHS, a couple of the government British fuckers use it. Hate them. So, this is a procession. Processions we're going to look into along these chapters. Chapter 3, I think, the last one, which is going to get crazy. It ties everything in with the modern day, what's happening with the weather, what's happening with all of it, fires, the lot. It'll all fall into place. So what is it? It's a load of copper or brass tubes. Okay, I've got a better, closer image, and you can look down it shortly. Okay, so it's made of metal. Okay. So there it is. So an analogy is, you've got a pillar and you've got snakes wrapped around it. You'll see this all over antiquity. It's not just Rome, it's the Etruscans and and I'm finding it all over Bible. So the architecture of the Bible, First Testament era, as in Noah, as in Abraham, all of them, is exactly the same architecture of the Romans. So what, in that 4,000 year jump, nothing changed. This whole time is recent, and I'm going to show you. We're in a narrower window. So there you are, Latin Fasces. There's a bundle wood rods, sometimes including an axe and emerging blade. So why would an entire regiment take a load of wooden stacks with an axe in the middle? You can't hit anyone with that, and it's not a quiver. So that is the official bullshit narrative. But we find they made the metal. Okay. Now the First World War we're going to go to. Alright, 1916. Air raids over Paris. Zeppelin raids. The last raid of Zeppelins at night, 29th-30th of January 1916. Since the beginning of the conflict, German aviation throw bombs on Paris. Electrical fasces and bright rockets were used to defend the capital from aerial attacks. So what are they exactly saying here, people? Electrical fasces. They're using fasces, electrical pulses. Fasces is phases. They're phases. In fact, they could be through what we're going to look into scientifically in a minute. So they're not a cannon, and they're not made of sticks that I can show you. Okay, they're made of metal. Okay, so they fire metal balls, projectiles. No. So what else? Sound waves. Show you that now. Or maybe even an electrical beam. Apparently so. In the First World War, electrical fasces are being used. Or some electromagnetic pulse, the EMP field. Okay, or a light beam, or a concentrated infrared beam is what these can do. So what exactly, if you fire that at people, can it do? Well, this is in reality. I will show you now. So there it is, it came up there. It's absolutely mind-blowing. Electrical fasces are being used to shoot down Zeppelins in World War One. Also in World War One, another strange thing you may never have known about was acoustic weaponry. These things were along the front line. Now they're not to play Wish Me Luck as You Wave Me Goodbye. They're not to play It's a Long Way to Tipperfucking. These are to play harmonic resonance. What they found happened is it's hard to directionalize, and it was making their own people poop their pants. Okay, etc. Okay, but the effects are insanity, dizziness, passing out, internal organs failing, but amped up. Everything changes. Now, so they blast these over the trench line in the First World War. Does the Kaiser. Okay, does the Kaiser. Result is mud. Mud. Inglorious mud of the First World War defines the First World War more than anything else. Is mud. Thousands drowned in shell holes. Vibration made, as well as I believe seeding, made this rain, because when the records, the weather was worse than it ever had been, and it rained persistently. The Somme and Passchendaele were washed out, and I'm talking mud. They had to invent stuff to get it out. Mud shock, trench foot, all synonymous with the First World War. Yet the Boche, the enemy, apparently is blasting sound waves over the trenches of the First World War, which is defined mostly by mud. Now nothing can go through, nothing can pass, the men can't fight, the shells just land in the mud and just get mudded out and don't do too much damage. The animals sink and you can't move any stores. Okay, everything runs to a standstill. It is one sweet weapon. Okay, and that's in reality. In the First World War, so they're using electrical phases, or fasces, electrical fasces are being used in the First World War. The Roman fasces, people, is an energy weapon. Its applications we're looking into further along are mind-blowing, and a reality, because it's all tied in with technasia. If you go to my previous video, you will see a Victor, massive thanks to Victor, who's linked you up with endless amounts. He's emptied the Zurich library in my comments, people. Everything you want to know about the Jesuits and the Vatican, all the things they get up to with their coding is all in this. Okay, they know about this place, people. They know at the top. They know what it is exactly. And books about technasia, and it is 100%. What I can make out of it is that each survivor race comes in and finds this technology and tries to reverse engineer it. I think that's what's going on with technasia, because in a lot of these books they're running experiments and they're mind-blowing in themselves, but you know it's going to lead them more. It's incredible. It's World War II, sound gun was used. So in World War I, World War II, Nazi sound weapon, the Socal sound gun. Okay, huge speakers. Socal is also called the sound gun. This weapon was little mentioned anywhere, obviously, because none of us know until now. The idea was to produce high frequency waves that would burst eardrums of enemy soldiers. Charming. It was also called a pressure wave anti-personnel device, or a sound acoustic cannon. The Fasces is a sound acoustic cannon, people. It is, I'll show you. Men of Hitler's war machine were studying different ways of killing man. And one way to harm a person is strong influence of low frequency sound, infrasound. 5G people's coming, infrasound. The first experiments were carried out on, of course, prisoners. Nice. And the infrasound, they panicked, felt dizziness, pain in internal organs, and had diarrhea. This effect the Nazis tried to translate into an acoustic gun, and the infrasound stubbornly refused to extend its beam given direction. It seems to be a bit of a topic, is directionalization of a beam, of this beam, of this science. Okay, but I think the Romans added on to a T, or the Asian culture that had these. Okay, they're attributed to pre-Roman. They say the Etruscans had them and before them. So they can be horizontal, projected outwards. This thing is all held like that, but it's giant, so it's like that. So it's not a bazooka. It's not firing a spear. There's no sort of mechanism to project that thing. So it can be projected horizontally, and they're quite big, as I said. Some of them are different sizes, okay, and they're all over antiquity. I believe this is what's going on. I believe that the coil around the outside, if you've got an extension cable, people, they always tell you to pull it all out before you plug it in, because if it's all coiled up, it will produce a magnetic field, a charge, and it can be troublesome. So I believe this is exactly what is going on with with the Fasces. Okay, it's science. Now we're going to go more into it because it's connected with war and star thoughts. We're going to go through the ages. Okay, we're going to go through the ages. Cables, people, cables. Undersea cables are normal communication cables. They could be your coaxial in your room, in your house. So they are one central core, often copper or maybe aluminium, or in this case looks like a bit of stainless steel. Okay, and you get other wires all the way around them. Okay, all tight and bundled, and in this case spun to hold it tight. I know. And more. What else do they look like, people? Penny drop in. It's all tied in with technasia, people. I got books to prove this is so. This is so. They're using this technology in the past to cause events. And they're using it now. As you know, Alrad or whatever, you can, they played it outside my kid's chip shop when he was in high school, right? And you go down, he's like, I gotta get out of this sound. What sound? I can't hear, and I think he can. But then he can remember when he grew up that he couldn't hear it anymore. So it's frequencies for different ages. They got it down to a real T. Church windows are more than just cymatic patterns. They actually completely match the central core of a cable, which passes an electrical field. And what comes under the cymatic windows of the churches? The technasia devices, the organs. The organs are what? They're bundles of pipes all put together. You see how this is fitting, people? I got so many of these, it's just unbelievable. So they're bundles, the same as the Fasces. You've got a cymatic window which looks exactly like a cable, and it looks exactly like a church window, and it looks exactly like the Fasces, which is taking out cities and Romans take into battle with them, release them like dust. I will show you. Pain without injury, this is today. Banned weapons. The active denial system deters attackers by sending a non-lethal millimeter wave of electromagnetic energy, causing a burning sensation. Wave penetrates the skin to 1/64 of an inch, causing a feeling similar of being on fire. Being on fire. But at the end of this, your brains will be dust. Antenna focuses the invisible energy, so this is where this is the key, is to be able to concentrate that beam in one place. So a Roman fasces, or where the fascists are named after the Roman fascists, is in fact a phaser or an energy weapon of the Roman period, is what I believe. Now, they use microwave energy to fuck people. They do it, people. We had, in Britain, back in the 80s, we had a load of women camping at Greenham Common in England, and they were banned the bomb. They were against the cruise missiles the Americans were keeping there, apparently. So daily, the Americans would bombard these women with radiations. They were mothers, they had kids there, and one by one they all fell with terrible illnesses and leukemias and the like. It's a fucking crime. No, so they used that to great effect. Now I'm going to show you some images to get you familiar with the narrative of the Fasces before we move on to the end, where I'm going to present some lead atlases and we'll show you these sort of in action. Okay, and that will keep us like to a reasonable time limit. So it's been about this for a while for me, people. Is what is this knight? Is something bugging me about him? Now this is actually Napoleon's standard, and as you can see, the drum, which we know can cause earthquakes by being, it's not just the tapping and it's not just the volume, it's getting it on a oscillating frequency, cause earthquakes like Tesla's earthquake machine. Okay, and he has a very big Fasces, and he's holding it, and they're on them all. Okay, they're on them all, and the baton. Now what you find with the baton is field marshals hold it and Roman emperors hold this, and when they're all going to battle, it's almost as if they got a button. Honestly, does that not look like a gadget? That's often a Roman coin, which I say is the last millennium just gone. They're not the Romans, that's a name attributed to that part. Rome was Constantinople, Moscow, or Rome itself, or even Paris if you like. Rome was not Rome. Rome was that civilization just gone. Because Etruscans preceded Rome, had all the same stuff as Rome. Greeks got the same stuff as Rome. Catholics got the same stuff as Rome. So it's not Rome, it's that civilization we can recognise. Brutus going out with the battle with the Fasces over his shoulder. So it's about this. This is, to me, the whole thing is like god weapons. Now, this is in Jericho, but what you're going to notice, which seems to be all about, is this box, or these boxes, processional boxes. They take with them, they're everywhere, and I'm going to show you along this road this week. Okay, they're everywhere, and they blow trumpets, and they hit a specific frequency, and it brings down the walls. Okay, it brings down the walls. I'm afraid I'm not too sure, but it showed a chemtrail, if I show you, or some sort of geoengineering, I believe. Okay, and an angel sort of doing it, and somebody else falling down to the ground. Now, and it's obviously a technical device with an aerial. Now, a flat Earth and the cover up of, you know, brainwashing everyone to think they're on a ball was a big part of it. It's been initiated in the last few hundred years as all by the Jesuits. These people who encode this shit, they're evil. I can stand it, I can feel it. And the age of Caesars. Remember, Kaisers are Caesars. Okay, this is the same technology in the modern day, sound directed weapons on a modern bas relief in Russia. Again, these horns are creating obviously a sound, but on all depictions, even in my illustrated Bible in the room, they show this box being carried around the ark, an ark, with a device, and it's there in the Middle Ages. It's there in biblical times. It's carried. There it is there, with all of these people blowing horns, making music, and making sound. You'll get the laying down horizontally. Okay, the fasces, and these as well, with the pine cones on top, all over Mesopotamian bas reliefs as well. So it's Babel times as well. They got the same tech, okay, which I have found everywhere. So there's them horns in the First World War producing all that. What do you think of that, guys? That's your mud for you. Side of political buildings everywhere, and they got scales with them, so they're attributed to bringing justice. So that their justice, obviously. So for the fascists, there, and they're all over coins, all over everything in antiquity. Italy, fasces. There's Irvin Rommel. I mean, he's got his baton. All field marshals are given this specific baton. They're beautiful. Look them up. They are mind-blowingly beautiful. But what are they? You see what I mean? This is a quiver here with arrows. This is not a quiver. And this one hasn't got an axe. It's just got like a handle. I know. And they're all. And now you'll see them. You'll see the empty knight. And behind him, the energy weapons in packs. And the empty Roman gear, because he's not there anymore. What's happened to him? So there's Smacked Choppy Chops, and with his girding, with his field marshal's baton. So as you can see, it's everywhere. The Post Office Court, United States. So it's Abraham, the eagle, the control, the centralized control, Italy. The whole game is it. It's there. It's there with it all. You're going to see it everywhere now, people. And this one, it most certainly looks like a device on side of a Roman coin. Okay, these images are a bit smaller. The knight again. Batons. An angel has to deliver it, apparently. Okay. So on coat of arms again. Double fasces. Laurel leaves of control, and the empty knight's gear. Mussolini taking in fasces. Some American with a baton, and the electrical fasces. And look at this, the flying person is bringing it in. It's not just a symbol, people, it's obviously a weapon, isn't it? It's even linked with the American Civil War. I found some sort of weapon at the front. It looked like a Civil War weapon. And that's what they look like inside. So, just like a big fat electric cable, isn't it? But we go deeper next episode, and we will show you how all of this works. Okay, these are electrical devices on Roman coins. Look at this depiction, it's beautiful. So you have Julius Caesar, he's got his laurel leaf on his head, and they're subversing some sort of Goths, I think, or maybe the Visigoths or whoever. Anyway, they're giving some people assimilates to the Roman collective because they're a bunch of fascists. Okay, although these look like they might be maybe Tartarian or something. Okay, because of the could be nice stuff they got anyway. But what you will always get is Eagles of Control, the standard, big deal, and just behind him with his main guys, because he's like Roman god. Okay, is Julius and Brutus and all of his gang who are going to end up fucking him, having him anyway, because he's spoiled little nutcase. It's the Fasces, and you're going to see it everywhere now. It is important, and it's not just important because it's a boring, bloody. Part 2. Great story never told. Buckle in, people. You're going to need to. Your brains will be dust. Dust. Okay. Dust. Brains will be dust by the end of this. Dust. So we're going to start here, people. Technasia, or Funuga, the technology of admitting sound waves into the environment, into the ether, for the benefit of all, or not for the benefit of all, has been established. I have an entire catalogue of technasia, of Phonusia sciences, which show you this is a real thing. Okay, there's no escaping it. Now, it's out there. It's a whole new day and a whole new genre, a whole new field of exploration. It's all mind-blowing, the permeations. So we'll start here. These technasia devices, organs are in churches, church machines, cathedral machines. Now, this is the narrative. When the survivors come into these buildings, every time, survivor times, they find a load of pipes in a building. They don't exactly know what they are. And remember, the Fasces is as old as Rome itself. However old that is, I believe not that old. They put slits in them, they turn them into flutes. Okay, and they had a new invention of that era, a keyboard, a harpsichord or an organ. A keyboard is a relatively recent advancement. Apparently they never had it in ancient Rome. If they did, we don't know about it. They had a harp, they had other stringed instruments, so did they have a keyboard? I don't know, but let's just suppose they put keyboards in these and work out some aspects of technasia. Who knows, maybe the information's passed down. So what you find is you get pipes going horizontally out. Okay, you find this a lot out into the ether, not going up, they're going that way, outwards. Okay, let's have a think about that for a second. Now, the official reason is a battlefield trumpet. On a battlefield, the trumpet is blown to sound for a pause in battle. So just hold that thought. Pause in battle. Okay. Now remember, what I've been talking about, people, is connected with water. The technology is connected with water. Seems that most church machines, cathedral machines, have got water courses running through them. All star forts are connected to water. They're all on water, rivers, meanders of rivers, islands in rivers, but they're all connected with water. So we'll touch upon why we think this is along the way in this vlog. Hopefully, see how much I can get through, people. So this is where we're going. Other suspects for technasia. Now, the royal orb, scepter and crown of Queen Elizabeth II. The crown jewels, people, crown jewels. Very interesting. There's some jewels on here that could tell you some history. You've got the African star, the biggest diamond on earth is in a top bit of the scepter, which is a large, some of them are very large actually, wand type instrument, a rod with a curling around it, like a wire, serpent maybe, and a diamond, something that can focus a beam maybe at the end, and the orb. But obviously to be able to conduct an electrical charge, they would have to be made out of maybe gold. Oh, they are. Isn't that handy? They can conduct an electrical charge. And what you find is these things turn up all over antiquity. And they're always on the battlefield. They're always on the battlefield. Okay, Queen Elizabeth has them. Now, one of these jewels, I believe it might be on the crown, was worn around the neck of Henry II, the Battle of Agincourt. Now, Henry routed the French when a terrible downpour happened. Everything turned to mud and the French got basically bogged down. The French knights got bogged down in mud after a mud flood. So it's on one of these. I can't identify which jewel, but one of them was worn by Henry. So, are they weapons? Like the Fasces, all in plain sight. Not saying this is a working mechanism, people, who knows, but they definitely have been back with all of it. So you get this type as well, okay, with this sort of winged effect, but they're made of gold, and they look like they might be a device, no doubt about it. So see it right away through antiquity. You see the eagle control, and then you see this soldier, this Roman soldier, or this Roman dude with a lot of leaf. The other dude has got a scepter and a crown, and the other one has got an orb in his hand, a scepter, and everything behind him lays in dust from fire and destroyed. Now, is it the orb and the scepter that is doing this? There's another scepter. Look on Google yourself. There's many different types. Many. You find this type, which have got a jewel or a crystal. They use a crystal for directionalizing a beam. You have a snake twining all the way down, made of metal. This would certainly cause a magnetic field. You may think of Moses when he had his cane and the snake wrapped around it. Yeah, miracle. Are we looking at technology? Now, what is the scepter cited as doing? What's it for? What's it for? This is where it gets a bit disturbing, but they say it's the god killer, the original god killer. The scepter of the ancients. The scepter of the ancients is the original god killer. It is an incredibly powerful tool used by the ancients to kill the faceless ones. The faceless ones. It sings to its owner when someone approaches. It stays quiet when an ancient approaches. So this thing gives off a sound, a harmonic, as well. It buzzes because it's a device. The sepulchre was had a focusing beam and a black crystal shooting out, turned everything into dust. So the scepter turns everything into dust. So that's the official sort of story of what a scepter is supposed to be for in the past, in antiquity. They're god killers. So what permeations could you use with such a weapon that could turn something into dust? Well, we have so many. We have 9/11. Yes, I know, duty words, particle beam weapons, yes, I know. But the evidence is that they might have a weapon, and it's causing things to turn to dust inside. The centres of these buildings are missing, you know, people. They just turned to dust and evaporated. You can see in this building like tables cut in half, with the computers cut in half. The other half is being evaporated, disintegrated, turned to dust. Everything in this building here is missing. It's missing. Almost as if a beam has hit it right here in the middle. Okay? So 9/11. What other things can you think of that would do this devastation, people? Well, there's Hiroshima and Nagasaki, for sure. Exactly the same MO, people. It's so creepy, it's beyond a joke. All of them share exactly the same MO. Streets are clear. Buildings fall in their footprints. The buildings evaporate. There's nothing left. Now, if this was an atomic bomb blast, people, which it wasn't, by the way, the General Hospital in Hiroshima stayed operational the entire time. And you can't tell me that's a real photograph of Nagasaki. If you blow this photograph, there's gents standing here smoking a cigarette looking at it. There's supposed to be a thing called a nuclear blast wave, people, okay? Which would put debris across roads, not leave roads completely clear. Everything missing, you know, if everything's being blasted, it would be blasted into piles covered in the road and looking like what your brain is telling you. Not everything. Missing. Dust. Roads clear. Everything falling in its footprint in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Sharing the same MO as all of these fires that we're going to talk about, people. Same MO. In the modern day, we got exactly the same thing happening here. In the California wildfires, people, buildings are falling in their footprint. The roads are left clear. The buildings are turned to dust. There's something seriously wrong with this. You see images where there's conifers and the houses are destroyed. How can that happen? How can conifers still be there and the buildings just evaporated, dust in their footprint? In their footprint. Dust. Dust, people. Dust. The wildfires. Now we all know the agenda, people. It looks like Hiroshima, it looks like Nagasaki. The streets are clear. Everything is falling in its footprint. How can that conifer? How can that conifer and that conifer be there when the building next to it is evaporated? Or these trees here. Can you see these trees here? How can that be? How can that be? I thought the firestorm was supposed to just rage through, incinerating everything. Doesn't even look like it's had a fire. Why is it black? Why is it not blackened? Why is everything like stone? And it's like dust. And the trees are still there. Hiroshima is exactly the same, but not only these, people. American City fires also. American City fires. This one in particular, San Francisco earthquake, shares the same MO as the Lisbon earthquakes and following tsunamis, but not with this one apparently. It's strange how an earthquake can be so strong, yet they'll move all the survivors down onto the beach or the seafront in the tents. Wouldn't they be expecting a tsunami? But not only that, exactly the same MO as Hiroshima and all of the events we look into. Streets are clear and the buildings are missing. Everything's missing. It's fallen in its footprint. Gone. It's evaporated. It's dust. These buildings are massive. Massive. The centre of San Francisco at this period. This is only 1 year after Queen Victoria died. So this is almost a Victorian era. Skyscrapers everywhere. They missed this sort of district, the financial district. Everything else in the area that would have had the Great Expositions built only 3 or 4 years later, completed, is gone. It's missing. It's fallen in its footprint. Yeah, they moved the survivors to the coast. It just doesn't make no sense. It's not only Chicago, San Francisco, it's all these American city fires share the same MO. Now, what they all share from all survivor witnesses, witnesses say that there was booming, or what sounded like incredible loud artillery, but it's been attributed to subterranean activity, like earthquake activity, or they say plates, don't they? Like sonic booms. Like the loudest artillery ever heard, like sonic booms, people. They all share the same MO, and then this happens, the streets are clear, and everything's these specific type of architecture, and everything's just disappearing in its footprint. Chicago Fire 1871, the whole city's just gone, everything's been replaced by a great exposition. Excuse me, I know they're small. Streets clear, everything's falling in its footprint, same as the American Civil War in Richmond. The buildings are missing, the rubble is missing inside. Almost as if... That's not Hiroshima, people, that's Chicago. Chicago 1871. Can you explain to me how fire can do that to masonry anyway? You know, a masonry building burnt down in my city a few years ago. The building was there, the inside was gone. But these are just... like they've been blasted with something. Looks like 9/11 for sure. 100%. Same MO. All these American city fires are the same. It's falling in their footprint, the roads are clear. There's nothing left, just dust. Penny drop in. We go deeper. Now, like with everything, guys, this is the dark side of it, but I believe that there is another side to it, and the permeations are absolutely mind-blowing. It's like save humanity. It's brilliant. So you get these ceremonial maces, okay? They are all over antiquity also, okay? They're a type of scepter, and they're large. You get all government or parliament master of arms carry them with the opening of parliament. You know, black rod? Jet black rod. It's got one of them over his shoulder. So the big ceremonial maces. So does it do nothing? Or was there a time when this thing done something? So that's what we're going to look into now. Okay. Oh boy. Yeah, I know. Okay, we move on. Religious processions in history share one serious coincidence. More than a coincidence, I don't believe coincidences even exist. Is the Hegelian dialectic. The problem, reaction, solution. The sequence of events for all these famous religious processions is they had a big drought. They had a procession, and then it rains. Okay, so wow, how many of these actually have this happened? Well, it turns out most of these famous processions have the same MO. Crops were going to fail, people were going to be affected. They bring in some sort of processional altar, carry it through, which I'll show you now, and it rains, and here's a load of evidence to support it. You have a drought, a relic is carried, it rains. Okay, it's perfect Hegelian dialectic. It's amazing, in fact, and overwhelming evidence of it. Venezuela, suffering a very hard drought. People decided to bring in a virgin in a procession, and then it rained heavily, over and over again. Now, got to think to yourself, people. The clergy that bring these processional altars through, these processional relics through in the open air, are taking a big gamble. Because if they bring these through in times of famine and it fails to rain, okay, then people are going to have doubt in their faith. So it's a massive gamble. But they're not taking gambles. They're not gamblers, you see, because they know 100% that when they bring this thing out, it will rain. Over and over again, they bring out a processional relic, which I'll show you now. Is it a miracle? Is that what's happening? Is a miracle? Or is it something to do with what they're carrying? Credited with many miracles, including the end of drought, which threatened famine. Over and over again, the same MO. 1624, drought. they bring out a processional altar with a device, much very needed. People themselves propose the procession, so they can't get it wrong, these clergy. They're going to lose all. So they're 100% confident it will rain. Miracle? And then the result, ka-ching, a Hegelian dialectic completed, an abundant crop. Do your own research, people. It's all of them. Here's what they are. I've seen these myself in Italy and Sicily, actually, where they brought these things out. I've seen all the people in the streets and just didn't really take much notice, if I'm honest. I just thought, oh, that's pretty, off I go and do my thing. But what they are is metal rods, like scepters, metal rods, all the way down, and they're carrying a cloth roof with something on top, a relic. Oh, look at now. Now these blokes, or these clergy, got to carry this thing through a town, and they're carrying heavy metal rods to carry material. Wouldn't it be better to use some cheaper materials, something lighter than heavy metal, to carry these processional altars through the towns? They're really ornate, beautiful metal to carry a cloth roof, and there's something on top of the cloth roof, you see. So is it a device? Well, I think it might be, you know, people. We're gonna have a look now. And check this in the background. You've got this the twirl, or the wire going around the pillars, like to create a magnetic field, and the obelisk on top. The whole thing seems to be a device. Now, again, you got this twirling, or this turning, which, if it's a wire around a central column, would cause a magnetic field. Scepters, holding enough a cloth cover. So all of these blokes got to carry all this heavy metal just to carry cloth. Makes no sense. So does it do something more? There they are again. Heavy, really heavy metal to carry cloth, to carry something on top of cloth. Okay, there it is again. Ceremonial altar. Look how many men it needs to carry this, because it's made of metal. Cheaper balsa wood painted. Why does it have to be metal? And why does it look like a device? Again, like scepters to carry cloth. But there is something happening with this cloth. This is an older procession. Again. So there may not be anything happening with them now, or there may be, but there's definitely a time when there was. Here is a lead atlas I presented many times. Really one of the best I've ever seen. And it's a procession of a guy that's just come in after a battle. They show you the battle, everything turns to dust. It's in the page previous. You have Tartars and Cossacks sinking in mud. In mud, as I showed you, and the horses also in mud. Okay, Tartars, Cossacks. So you get the Roman Emperor himself, Rex, and he has carried over his head, mind, a processional altarpiece with a canopy and something on top. Something on top. All of that effort to carry this thing on a cloth on something on top in the open air. And whatever it is has left the enemy in dust and in terrible trouble. Here, where you can see they go into battle, it's all hell breaks loose, and cities are turned to relative dust. Missing. Gone. Okay. So, very strange. Or it's all supposed to be in Rome, but it's a Rome crossover. You have Romans with people of the Middle Ages in this book. So, in the lead atlases, you'll see the orb the scepter, and these processional altars everywhere. Everywhere. Now, pillars. Okay, pillars. I remember them columns on that processional altar. Okay, okay. Now, excuse me. Now, I know, puffed up myself. Wow. So, now bundles of pillars bunched together, much like the fasces, much like the organ pipes, much like a lot of the stuff I've just been showing you. So, groups of rods bundled together like this. Could there be any benefits? Any benefits for humanity? Is this why they're bunching them together? Is this why they look actually like devices? Is there a benefit for humanity? Now we know they resonate, and we know they're made of a specific crystalline structure, and we know that they look like gadgets. So what exactly are these things doing? Okay, well, I think they're multiple, but I definitely think they emanate into the ether. In cathedrals, you have the exact same. You have these pipes, or making masonry, it's still a crystalline structure of stone. Pipes packed together, the same. So is it for the benefit of people? Okay. Balustrades and bridges are bunched together. Carry a charge, we thought, maybe, with steel ones, on a bridge. These columns all tightly packed together. Is it a science? Is it a science for better understanding? Is it? Let's have a look. Something else that comes up all over Middle Ages depictions we decode on this channel is the hourglass. The hourglass. Okay. Is it just a coincidence again? The hourglass is all over these depictions, being very, very, very significant, and has what looks like scepters up on the sides. Is this thing a device? Okay. There's another egg timer, I suppose it is. It's a timer of sorts. Sands of time, eh? Dust. Again, is it a device? Starting to think so, aren't you, people? Okay. So, the hourglass is a device. It's got scepters all around it. Okay. Now, this is where it gets really interesting. Okay. You have other permeations. You've got the Jewish menorah, which is carried. Now you know this thing, and these I've talked about quite often. I thought that they might be television cameras going on battle with them, take a bit of video. I think they're devices. You got the horns, and can we see any fasces here being carried? Not really, but we got this box, which is heavy, which is carried everywhere, which I'm going to show you along this ride. Okay. Now I carry this device, which is like an arc. You've all seen the Indiana Jones film. He opens the arc and energy is burst out, killing everyone with a sound wave. But the menorah, let's have a look at this menorah. Another thing from antiquity they need to carry on procession into battle. Oh, yeah, it's an antiquitac device connected to a menorah, apparently. Some sort of device, apparently, carries, again, on procession, in the open air. Great reverence, in Roman times, and they got balls, sort of, on the top, the menorah. What about that one? It's got coils all the way around, people, to create a magnetic field. These things are 100% devices. It goes on, people. You're going to find so much now. Once you know, and you can pick these apart, they're all over antiquity. They were devices. So, this is where it gets incredibly interesting, actually, people. Now, this fella, do you know this fella? Yeah, well, this fella is Dr. Wilhelm Reich. Wilhelm Reich, okay? So this fella develops a science where he uses orgone, like organ, orgone, gas, or orgone, energy, it's not a gas, it's an energy, orgone energy. The science was amazing. He basically can make deserts wet. He can create rain using a device. His story is incredible. I'll link it up to you if you don't know about him already. He died short time before he was going to be released from jail. It's a massive story to him, and he was obviously doing this science for the Nazis, take to America, usual story. And here it is, the cloud burster device, the cloud burster or buster. Wilhelm Reich and his invention, the cloud burster. Okay, so what is it? It's a load of pipes pointing up at the sky. Exactly like what I've been showing you right through this series, people. Wilhelm Reich creates rain using the same technology as the processional altars. So the processional altars are doing exactly the same, people. They're using orgone. Where do you think he got the word from? From organs. Organs inside, people. Organs. There's so many connections. It's all going to fall into place right now. And here's where the water comes into it. Apparently the orgone device needs to have a water, whether it's an electrolyte, but this thing needs to be topped up. It's part of its mechanism. So this is where star forts fall into place, and the water below the churches. We're going to tweak it. We're going to find out how this shit works. These can be rebuilt. People are building orgone devices. Think of the permeations, guys. All of them waste grounds, waste deserts, arid land that could be replenished and made into green pasture land for people to make food. So it was a bright side, people. Here it is again. It's twist, creates a field, and it's a modern day orgone device rebuilt. They work. They are real. This is a real thing. Okay. And right the way through antiquity, they seem to have depictions of orgone devices. Roman, there, the fash. You'll see this symbol underneath the American eagle on the dollar, where he's holding his sticks, his bundles, which is a fash, which is the splaying of the energy. And here again, the Rothschilds, and here again. Okay, it's all over. Once you know, the penny drops. Certainly does drop, people. Mini harp, weather modification, mini harp. Okay, so what are we looking at, people? What are we looking at? We're looking at rods, like scepters, like rods. Okay, like organ pipes, orgone, cloudbuster, Wilhelm Reich, mini harp. They're pipes. They're going into water. There's a vortices in the water run by a motor. A vortices, whirlpool. A vortices is running on an orgonite cell, and it is connected to these pipes which manipulate the weather. They're using this, people. They're using this against us. They're using this. They are calling the shots with the weather. These hurricanes, all of these weather events, people, is this. Is this. It is. Is this. No, it is. The open ends of these hoses are to be placed in water, is what Wilhelm Reich says with his cloudbuster. This cloudbuster consists of an array of panel hollow tubes, just like the fash, just like organ pipes. It's technasia permeations. There's so much we can do with this, people. It gives me shivers, a lot of goose pimples thinking about what we can do with this knowledge. Now everything changes right now. Metal tubes which are connected with at the rear to the series of flexible metal hoses, in which are equal and slightly smaller in diameter to the parallel tubes. Alternatively, the rear of the tube are joined together in a single large diameter pipe and flexible metal hose. To open the end of the hoses and place them in water, which Reich believed to be a natural orgone absorber. So that's where the water's coming in the star forts, people. All the way around them, underneath them, right through them. Orgone absorber. It's part of it, it's needed. The pipes can be aimed into the areas of the sky and draw energy to the ground like a lightning rod. It remains to be one of Reich's cloudbusters, can be found in Rangley, Maine. Okay, the guy fell into obscurity, was fucked over by the government and died. No. Excuse me. So, small world, isn't it? Small plane. The Nikola Tesla's orgone energy device happens to be 4 rods sticking up horizontally, very, very much like the processional altars they make in rain with in the Hegelian dialectic of the clergy. Yeah, I know. Isn't it falling into place, people? The puzzle pieces one by one. This is one you can make. It's on YouTube. It's an orgone device. You can do this on YouTube, people. This is a real technology. Amp it up. It's technasia. It's Fanugia. Wilhelm Reich wrote a book, Function of the Orgasm. I know. But when you realise the full permeations of organ, now you listen to organ music in a church. You listen to, you organise your life. You get orgone energy. You get your organs to be healthy. Organic food. And the good old one at the end, the sweetest one, I think, is the orgasm, for a happy life. Voila, full circle. Now, there is a lot of information you can get on Wilhelm Reich. There's a film I watched just the other night. It was absolutely amazing. He's hired by this people who got a desert and they want crops. He goes up, pushes the machine up, and lo and behold, the place is just in no time at all green. It's beautiful. It's real. I know it's real. And here's the orgone. Apparently, is that a symbol for orgone? I wonder. So there he is there, Wilhelm Reich, and he's not going to come up. There it is. It's an invention. He pushes it up the hill, and as you can see, he points it at the sky, and here's the real film of the orgone, technasia, Fanugia. We know what's going on, people. We know this is fucking real. This is fucking real. Device. He got completely swept under the carpet by the government, taken away, put in jail. The orgone device. There's loads of films out there about him, people. It's not like he's secret or anything. We know what he was doing. Orgone energy and the weather. Okay. It's the flip side of the coin for the Scepter science, you see. So if you get a beam, an intensity beam, in a battlefield, and you put it on the side of, say, this vault or this bank into a water course, what have you, it's going to make what? Mud. This weapon is causing mud flows. Also, the mud floods, people, they come, they go. It's this science. It's a fact. I know it is. You know it is. Dust. Guys, I presented only 2 days, a week ago, an atlas from, you may remember, from Captain Kirk. God bless you, brother. It shows 1300s maps of the world. It shows, same as the map of Monday, it shows Sahara Desert is not a desert. It's got deciduous trees and a mountain range called Kong, K-O-N-G, Kong mountain range right the way through it, and it's covered in palaces and it's very European looking. It's deciduous trees. So this is the Sahara Desert today. Nobody knows where it comes from. It's ever encroaching, as all deserts are, but they don't know the cause, do they? Okay, some people say they should nuclear war. Okay, this device, the scepter, turns things into dust. Guess what, people? Guess what the Sahara Desert is made of? Dust. There's your dust storm, the Sahara Desert. Now remember, most things that are built in that region are made of sandstone. It could be turned into dust. I believe Sahara Desert is an ancient civilization turned to dust by these weapons, people. It's dust. It's dust. It's not sand, it's dust. It's dust. Dust. Another one bites the dust, and another one bites. Thunderbolt of lightning, very, very frightening me, Galileo. Yeah, I know, predictive programming from Queen, who knew? So here I come back. I hope that wasn't too long, people. And I hope you enjoyed it very much. What you make of it? This is where we've been this week. It's been an incredible week, as you can see, but I'm going to talk about aspects of what the fasces is or can do. Now remember, we know that the fasces is a bundle of rods with an inner axe or something, which could be, was postulated by Mick Hart in my comments, Danka Mick, that it could be to pressing it out to maybe agitate an electrolyte or get these things kicking off. Brilliant. He uses gallium as an idea for one of the electrolytes. I have some gallium here. Okay, it's incredibly amazing stuff. Non-Newtonian. It melts in your hand like mercury, and if you put it on glass, it turns into dust. So I'm going to put it back in the bottle and over there because I'm by a computer. The fash. Now, we know what it can do, people. We worked this out, haven't we? Can we think of anything else in antiquity ramped up that's like the fash? Let's have a little think. What about the Leaning Tower of Pisa? Yeah. Well, we know for sure that this is an antiquitech device. There's a big antiquitech device next to it with a dome and a massive portal window. And this thing itself is leaning. But more, it has an inner core, and like the serpent around the column, a spiral around the outside to create a magnetic field, maybe? We move on. Now, can you think of anything else that may be like the fash, that could do something like the fash? What about the Tower of Babel? Yeah, it's got no reason particularly why I should have an outside spiral. Hey, bunny. I got a bunny by you. My bunny. Yeah, you're lovely. Yeah, I got a bunny in my flat. Yes, I know. Don't worry about it. Okay. It's gangster to have a rabbit. Okay. Now, a spiral around the outside, just like the fash. And what is this thing attributed to? Yeah, a reset, isn't it? It's when they put up a tower. Some people say, were they trying to reach up to the dome to knock? Can we get out of this place before it's blitzed? Now, excuse me, I'll show you a lead atlas here. I'll give it to you. This one is absolutely superb, actually. The superb Tower of Babel. This thing is a device. Is it the device that brings on the reset? Well, why bring God? Why blame the Creator for wrecking this place? No. This is supposed to be in biblical times, okay? It's supposed to be actually the Bronze Age. It's the Old Testament, people. Okay, this is Genesis. Yet, Greco-Romano architecture or CNI. And what looks like some sort of cabling holding a flag. The place is inundated with mud. The tower itself, a cannon. Well, that's a bit unusual. That didn't come along to the Middle Ages. But these amazing. I saw Greco-Romano architecture. What's the cannon doing now? Anyway, it's a machine. The Tower of Babel is a machine. They were building a machine. So, could this evil parasitical mind conceive such a thing? You know, antiquity, pyramids, these space age types of things, definitely. With a what looks like a dome on top. Very space age for the Bronze Age, wouldn't you say, people? Or for all of these many, many thousands of years ago, wouldn't you say? And more pyramids, antiquity devices in what looks like the remnants of a smashed up place. Yes, indeed, indeed. So, is that the resetter? Well, I guess space age, not the space exists, but it's just an analogy in a word, isn't it? I guess futuristic. Remember, this is painted, or this depiction is etched in 1733, people. What's he conceiving? How is his mind seeing something like that in his mind? How is he knowing this? This would be futuristic now, wouldn't it? Doesn't it look like the building 3 thumbnails ago that I prostrated that are put on top of star forts? Very much. What about the slit windows? Can you imagine this thing in action, people? I can almost see the waves coming out. It's a machine. They weren't reaching up to the dome. But then they would have been killing themselves. What's going on? Let me know people what you think. Okay, this is a big thing in our story, isn't it? This tower, and the tower is now an analogy for this time. Babel is now, and everyone's speaking different languages. Towers reaching up, ever bigger, mile high, whatever I get to. So this is an astounding book, by the way. We're going to get to it a bit later on. We'll come back to it. So, the Tower of Babel. Now, what else can we think of that may have fash attributations? There's something pulled up outside. Yes, I thought it was an ambulance. Okay. Is the pyramid at Giza, or pyramids? Houdini's internal ramp. Now, it would seem that the French done some photographs of thermal imagery taken inside, okay, and it seems they spotted some spiral road inside the Great Pyramid of Giza. Now, it's no accident that some people use orgone devices that are made in a pyramidical shape with a copper coil around them, inside of them, excuse me, and gold on top of this one. Yeah, I know. So they all are part of it. The orgone energy, okay, the orgone energy, which has many names, okay. A stupa in China, this one actually, and it is intersecting stars, like star forts. Can you imagine? This is exactly like a star fort. They're all different star forts, people. One on top of the other, on top of the other, doing the same thing, people. Can we think of anything else? So we got the pyramids, Tower of Babel, Pisa. Anything else? This is a Chinese symbol for orgone energy, which they call Qi energy. It's the energy. It's the same thing, people. It's funny how that symbol, it's got ohms in it, has been taken and perverted through time, hasn't it? For devious aims, but that's the two sides of the coin, I believe, people, with this orgone energy, this chi energy. People push people over with chi energy without even contacting them. Okay, I've done it myself. I can harness chi energy after a while and release it. Now, okay, take it easy, man. Take it easy. Now, so you've got the spiraling, haven't you? That represents the energy fields, the magnetic fields of the orgone energy. The snake around the pillar, and remember a wire around central column will cause a magnetic field, people, and this is, you know, an emblem for the US, and they got the column and the spiral. Okay, now if you remember the god killer, the the scepter, excuse me, the scepter, the god killer, it's obviously not a god killer, is it? It's not killing God, is it? That's silly. Okay, so it's somebody with godlike power, rulers with godlike powers that are using this technology. Okay, it's attributed to god power because it's electric, it's thunder, it's plasma, it's electric. Okay, which is to the people of the 1700s also God. Electric, power, energy. I am the power. Yeah. So, what about trees? God's own orgone devices. They look like a pillar. I remember maybe 6 months ago, I posted are these things carved out of stone originally wood or based on wood, like the pillar? Is it based on the tree? The tree is in this respect, columns or flutes or straws or going down into water under the ground. They sort of spiral. They reach up to the sky. They reach out. They're collecting something. Are trees God's orgone devices? And is this where they took the technology or the ideas for the technology from? Is this why they chopped all the trees down? Could be, people. So they reach down into water, they reach up to the sky. God's natural orgone devices. This is where they got the technology, people. This is what trees are. That's why I feel so good next to these trees outside the window. They're beautiful. And then in America, because they got huge trees, and all over Europe, because Britain was heavily forested, and now we have just like Sherwood Forest and a few smaller forests, Forest of Dean and a few others, and we were completely forested like the rest of Europe. And as you now know, there's not. It's all farmland. So they cleared all of the trees, all of the natural orgone devices. That's where they got the science, people. It's trees. If you ever wondered what they were, well, I know Flat Earth British Sub certainly does. They chop them all down. The big ones, the big orgone devices. God's orgone devices. So, God, in his infinite wisdom, the creator, thought, where it's dry and arid, I will need some of my orgone devices to bring moisture. So, he invented, or created, the cactus. The cactus is an orgone collector. It reaches up to the ether. It resembles a lot of things in antiquity, but one in particular. Quite beautiful, aren't they? You're thinking now, aren't you, people? Happy Hanukkah, the Jewish menorah. Yeah, I know. It is a device, people, and they're taking it from nature. Trees. I got proof here now that they are growing using harmonic resonance, using this technology. Trees, fruit, food, massive. This can be done. The menorah is a gadget, no doubt about it. It's why they're stealing it. It's why they're taking it out of the open air. This chi energy, orgone energy, whatever you want to call it, locked in ether. It even shows you that it's a device. What's this? What's this? No, I think a lot of these things attributed to the Old Testament, like this plate on his chest. You see this plate? And this block with the wording about Armageddon on their heads here, yeah? All of it, I think, is attributed to the whole story. Okay? Now, so what I'd like for you to do, people, is imagine you're sitting in this park here. It's a lovely little park, isn't it? Apparently it's in Sydney in Australia. So imagine yourself just sat maybe here, sipping a drink, relaxing at the lovely map and the lovely park and the decoration and the layout, and maybe listening to or reading what I'm going to be telling you now. Okay. So where we're going to start, people, for this vlog, I hope you all join me on a premiere that I'm going to premiere this. So if you are in chat, one love to you all, people, much love, I hope you enjoy. Okay, so we're going to continue where we finished the last time on the Great Story Never Told, which was in the dust in Sahara. Okay, we postulated on the end of our last sections of this series that the Fasces, the ancient symbol, was anything but a symbol, but a weapon. And it laid waste to a civilization that is on ancient maps in North Africa. Okay, the remnants of which this culture can still be found in many countries in the Sahara. So that is where we're going to go from. Okay, but first we need some advice. We need advice from scientists on how to get answers and how to think to get answers. Okay, so what I really want to do is I want to ask three of the great scientists of our era. So I won't be asking Brian Cockless Cox. Let's ask Nikola Tesla. Okay, because we love Nikola. Let's ask Albert Einstein. And let's ask Neil deGrasse Tyson. Okay, let's ask them. Okay, in order to get the right answers, how should we think? In order to get the right answers, how should we think? Okay, so that's what we're going to ask the scientists. So first, let's ask Neil deGrasse. Neil, in order to get answers, how should I think? Sorry. Okay, Neil, in order to think correctly, to get the right answers, how should I think? Okay, cool, useless. Okay, thanks, Neil. So let's ask Albert Einstein. Albert, how should we think correctly in order to get answers? How should I know? Ask Nikola Tesla. Okay, we will, Albert, we will. Don't worry about that. So please note, people, in German, Stein means stone. Okay, this expression, dummer wie ein Stein, means total idiot. This is why he's posing for a photo sitting on a big stone, mocking all who know the meaning of his name. Albert Einstein. Total idiot. Right, let's ask Nikola Tesla, shall we? Yeah. Hi Nikolai. The scientists of today think deeply instead of clearly. One must be sane to think clearly, but one can think deeply and be quite insane. Okay, like this man. This is where you don't want to end up, people. Okay, tied up in insane fallacies as black matter, unified relativity, reverse time, and quasi-neutrino flow, negative space, time bending, quantum particles, and microphone dropping as a gravity proof. Okay. And all other Einsteinian and NASA crap. Okay. So that's just that to give you an idea on how we should think when approaching what we're going to be doing now. We're going to be thinking clearly using facts, and we are going to be doing it right. Okay, we're going to be sane about things, not like this crazy ass scientist. Okay. Now we're going to continue at the end of where we finished off. Now this is quite funny, yeah, but it's actually a serious point, isn't it, people? Okay, so we're going to think clearly about this. The ancient Fasces is where I finished off the last time on this series. Now, after reviewing a number of pictures of the ancient Fasces, what became apparent is the huge amount that have a sword crossed behind them or laying next to them. A huge amount, people. Overwhelming. The Fasces in these little presentations that they like to do in this era always have the sword either crossing like so, yeah, or like so. As you can see on this bas relief, you have the sword here, and it's up behind the ancient Fasces. Okay, well guys, I'm not actually too convinced the sword was actually used for cutting people. Okay, I think it's more than likely that this thing is a plasma discharge weapon. As in, that you only have to touch your adversary in order to take them down. No blood squirting everywhere up the walls, and no mess on the battlefields. Just a taser-like, and your adversary drops. Now, doesn't that seem more likely? Well, let's see if there's any reality in that along the way. So, more like this. Okay, I am the power by the power of Grayskull. Is that it? Yeah. So let me just have a little drink. So now the swords are powerful men in this era. They weren't really used for cutting anything. In fact, you couldn't really take one of them on the battlefield. You couldn't do much at all on the battlefield. So on guard, them swords are completely useless as a weapon of defense. Okay, that's useless. Okay, bit of 4x2 would deal with that easy. Now, the cutlass and the sword of this era seem to be too thin, and to sort of not really the style. I can see that they can penetrate, but maybe this is where the real reason for chain mail has come in. So what you would need to do is basically with the sword is, if you have it next to the Fasces, it can mean that the steel tool by touching another object can discharge an electromagnetic current. Now along the way we're going to explain how the Fasces works, what it is, and how all of this works. So the sword is more like this. Yeah, I know. Okay, for sure, it's definitely not put next to the Fasces like this, is it, people? Okay. No, not at all. Okay, so now to find out how the Fasces is related to electric currents, we have to go back to the oldest form of Fasces. Okay, the labris. Here is an ancient mosaic from Anatolia in Turkey. Anatolia in Turkey. So this implement you see in our hand here is called the labris, and it precedes the Fasces, apparently. The amazing thing about this mosaic is that the woman in battle, okay, she's lightly dressed, she's scantily dressed, this is the usual same, breast showing. Do you think this is a reality? Do you really think a lady is going to mount a horse in a pretty frock and go out battling with people? Do you think that's a reality, or do you think this means something else? And I would like for you as well to take note of the shield, the spirals in the shield. Okay. Now, other labris found these in Tuscany. So the ancient Etruscans apparently had very large people. So we think giants used these for battle. Okay, so the labris is being in Etruscan Empire also. Now, let's find out, people. Let's find out about these things. New to us all. Until now. So here we see another depiction. Okay, so you see the labris here, and you see it here depicted. Okay, what you see is they have 4 blades. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And always, all of these depictions, uncannily enough, only women in the depictions. Only women in the depictions with this 4-headed axe. But in this depiction, you're going to notice that there are doves sitting on top of the labris. So why would doves be sitting on top of a labris if these are actual things of war? Does that actually make any sense? No, it doesn't. No, that's right. So this device is always surrounded by women. So we're going to look into that. So here on an ancient coin, you see the labris again. Okay, you see is maybe the moon, the sun, and that's the moon, so it's the sun. You see the labris, and you see ladies. Okay, in these depictions. Now, be sitting down, people. Now, this was sent to me some time ago, so one of my subs, if you're watching now, this is priceless, and I thank you very much. Let me know who you are in comments, people. Okay, let me know who this came from. What you're looking at is a plan for a labris, okay, and it's priceless. The blades represent the 4 phases of the moon. So these labris were sophisticated moon calendars. One could not only predict moon phases, but the summer and winter solstices and equinoxes, you name it. All of it, people. All you had to do was point it at the North Pole star, and then you can probably compare sizes to the shape of the moon. Okay, so it's like a mini universe in your hands. So you point it up to the North Star, you can compare. It's just incredible, people. Now, this is strange. Now, it's not only strange that women's fertility is closely related to the moon's phases. Okay. Had to know how to use a calendar. So women got to know how to use a calendar, people. Okay, if they're going to be having periods. So, did you know that the lesbian movement had a flag? Did you? Do you know what it is? What's this? The labris for the lesbian movement. Done some research on it. It's incredible. So there's 2 scenarios going on here, people. Either the lesbian women are very, very smart and they studied ancient Minoan mosaics, or that the people who make the symbols know what's going on. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So we move on. The Fasces. So I'm convinced that a Fasces, when wrapped in a binding, the metal rods, when wrapped in a binding, strong rope, you get a weapon. I'm going to see later how this works, okay people? It's all been worked out. So, is there a combination of Fasces and Minoan labyrinths with 2 blades? Yes, there is. There is a direct connection with the Fasces and the labyrinths. Getting it? Wait. If we look closer at the labyrinths and the Fasces, we see that there's a lion's head next to the blade. The blade. Okay. Sometimes there's a lion above the blade, like so, as you see on this bas relief in Rome. Or sometimes it's the head of an eagle, just behind the blade, the Fasces, like so. Now we all know that the eagle is a sun symbol, as is the lion, and the moon and the sun are the same size and have similar speed and trajectory. So it's no surprise they depict the moon blade with a lion, an eagle and sun symbols. Now is it? They know. So it becomes a totally different story, however, when you see the eagle on top of the Fasces. Okay. Not nesting behind the blade of the moon or above the blade, but on top of the Fasces. Like so. Okay. Like so. Top of the Fasces, eagle, the wings sprayed open. Yes? Okay. Now, I always wondered why so many institutions, religious institutions, you got the lector with the eagle with its wings open, institutions, they will always depict the eagle with its wings spread open. You're never going to see an eagle in its natural environment, as in flying in the sky or roosting in its nest like this. You still love me after all these years. You don't see that. Or you do not see this. Honey, did you notice my new haircut? Yeah. Ah, I know. It's cute, isn't he? But you always see him like this. Eagle and its wings spread open. A double-headed eagle. Okay? You can see this depiction everywhere. You will. Every time you see it, from now on, it will mean something different to you. Okay? So, thousands of pictures we've got, and all of the eagles have open wings. Why? Now the Egyptians, instead of an eagle, they use another animal. Okay? They use a serpent, but it got wings. So a serpent with wings. Wow, what's going on there? Okay, okay. Also, maybe a lion type creature with wings, and also a dude with wings. So what's going on? So we started to ask ourselves for the longest time, people, what could be going on with these wings. Okay, and then a totally unrelated discovery, and then the moment. which I'm going to give you now. This is an experiment using iron filings, 2 magnets in a jar. Kabam, yeah. You see, I only see wings here. Yeah, yeah. And here. So, what has essentially just happened, people, is we've just unlocked the mystery of the wings, the mystery of the era. The magnetic fields. You want more convincing? Okay. What happens when you randomly throw iron filings paper with a magnet underneath it? Okay, and we'll compare it to some emblems of double-headed eagles and see what happens. Please be seated. Even the heads of the eagles, people. Here, here, iron filings. So what you're looking at when you're looking at wings in the depictions is a reference to magnetic field, which makes everything different, people. We're going to have to look at everything different now we've learned this. Okay? Well, this Egyptian Ankh. Now it seems that somebody cruelly, some terrible cruel person has sticky super glued to this poor little bird with some massive wings. And it looks a bit strange, doesn't it? So could that be a magnetic field? Yes, yes, I know people, I know. So let's go back to this depiction I've showed you from the beginning, where you see young lady in power. But this power, oh boy, this lady is in power because she understands how to control a magnetic field. The serpent is a wire wrapped around central columns or cores of metal, causing an electrical field, a magnetic field. The eagle, its wings spread, is a magnetic field. This woman, this statue, is telling you she has power because she has control over electromagnetism. Let's see how the Christians depict electromagnetism. This is apparently St. George. Okay, so what we see in this Russian depiction is St. George, okay, controlling the magnetism. So he's got a red cape on. Now this is, we know now, is an analogy for the magnetic field, but he's not killing a dragon, is he? He's killing a snake. The snake being a reference to the coil that goes around the neck. Yeah, you're getting it. Okay, so the next depiction, we see St. George later. We see George and the dragon again. This time George has no red wings or no magnetic fields because they have been transmitted or given to the lizard who now has wings. So the snake who now has wings. So the snake, the coils around a fasces or a column to create a magnetic charge mix with the wings, which is the magnetic field, would result in a fire. So let's see what got wings, cold-blooded reptile, and results in fire. Yeah, you got it. Well done. Now we know what the dragon is, what it means. Just taking a moment for it all to sink in, people. You may want to watch this again in every vlog again. So we finish up here, people, for this vlog, I'm afraid. Hope you enjoyed. This just gets better and better. I can't even begin to tell you, people. So, this. We finish here. Almost. Do you recognise that, people? Yes. Cymru I Bath. It's the flag of my country, Wales. It's got a dragon on it. But it's also the flat earth hidden in plain sight. Okay, you've got the sky, which is represented by the white light of the sun. And you have the green part, the earth itself. Okay, divided by a beautiful flat horizon. Any doubts? Let's take a break, people, okay? Now we're going to be finishing up here. I'm just going to be coming back summarising, and we're going to be leaving it for that today. We're going to keep all of these vlogs relatively short because there's so many of them to come out. So I hope you enjoyed. This is just a little something extra at the end. Something I thought you might like. It's a completely separate matter, but not really. An antediluvian wall of Texas, a lost civilization under Texas. So the town of Rockwell got its name from a mysterious wall hidden beneath the surface. So in Texas, in the past, 100 years ago, there was a giant masonry below the ground in America. So that's just to finish. So I hope you enjoyed my first installment of the World Cup comes home. It's going to be more exciting, people. I can't even begin to tell you what is going to be coming out. It's the great unveiling, so much more. So let's summarise what we just learned. We just learned, people, that through the libraries connected with the Fasces, that this is a mini cosmos in your hand for observing the motions of the sun, of the moon. We also have, it's crazy, I know, it's amazing. The snake is an analogy for the wire that goes on a central column to create a magnetic field. The wings, all the wings you see in all of these depictions in antiquity, represent the magnetic field. The wings put with a snake that's wrapped around the column to create the magnetic field, and what do you get? Fire. There's more coming on, people. You're not going to believe, it's just unbelievable. Make sure to subscribe to Flat with Britain. Okay, now, news coming, unconfirmed sources that Neil deGrasse Tyson watched my last video. It is unconfirmed sources, so unconfirmed sources said that Neil deGrasse Tyson watched my last video. Yeah, I know. But a paparazzi caught him in the last minutes of my video while he witnessed the Welsh flag. There he is, as he looks normally, obviously, and me flat smacking everybody and showing you the flat earth in plain sight on my country's flag. Okay, Wales, which has a big dragon and a beautiful flat horizon. So this was the moment for Neil. Yes, I can imagine it being a bit of a revelation for you, Neil. You probably know all the time. Back to normal. Let's see that once more. Yeah. Wow. I can see that he was deeply moved by my last post. Okay, so what we learned from the last post, okay, concerning the wings being an electromagnetic field and the serpent being a bond or a cord or a lash or a cable or a rope or something around a central core, okay, cause to create a magnetic charge, magnetic field. Okay, so we're going to start here, people. I really do need to take my time. Okay, now, as above, so below. Okay, it's believed to be by globe cult believers. I'm going to play it. That this is a relation to the sun and the moon and the stars, in relation to what happens, the rules on the surface of Earth. Okay, which is utter and complete BS because that's heliocentric thinking. So we're going to dig into the real important meaning of as above, so below. Okay, people? First, this. We're going to unlock this deep mystery of the Russian dolls. Common belief is that Russian dolls are meant to exhibit continuity, okay, as in great-grandmother, grandmother, mother, daughter, granddaughter, great-granddaughter, and so on. That's not what they are really, guys. It's a secret, okay? Now, smart Russian parents have given these to their children, so their children get smart, okay? They realize the more fundamentals of this reality, okay? And the secret is this, okay? Perfect nesting, as above, so below, is. Perfect nesting is the microcosm and the macrocosm, okay? It's smaller things fitting perfectly into smaller things again, and smaller things again, and smaller things again, and vice versa. Bigger things fitting into bigger things, fitting into bigger things, nesting perfectly, okay? This is what the Russian dolls really represent, okay? So let's go a bit further with this thought and unlock the secret, the full secret of the Russian dolls on Flat Earth British only, okay? Here we have apparently a real photograph, apparently, of cellular division, okay? Now, so what we're doing here, guys, is we're not dealing with abstract mathematics, okay? We're dealing with realities. This is apparently a reality, okay? Cellular division, okay, is a reality. So we're going to go with that, okay? Now, what you find is there is with this that you're witnessing on this photograph here, there are two more phases, first of which has 6 stages, okay? So I will elaborate now. The first stage is love between a man and a woman. The second stage is the man and woman make love. The third stage is it fertilizes a female egg and becomes the first cell of a new life, okay, with a full set of 2 times 23 chromosomes, and this is what you see in the photo here, okay? Fertilized egg. Then 2 cells, 5, excuse me, 2 cells become 4, and then 4, the next stage 6, excuse me, 4 become 8, okay, exhibiting then the beautiful flower of life, and then on to 16. So doubling, okay, the simple rule of doubling every time, okay? Now, important thing is, people, is this is the crucial moment, okay, when one cell separates into 2 cells, okay? This is the real as above, so below, okay? And what is witnessed in one cell is perfectly exhibited, echoed in the second cell, and doubled again and doubled again to the flower of life. Now, I did say 6 stages. Well, the 6 days of the week was actually 7. So on the 6th day is an analogy, and on the 7th day God rested. There are 6 stages in this. Okay, now we move on. Now, the flower of life, the 8 spheres, as they call it, you can see here that it only seems to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 1 in the center, respectively, only making 7. How can it be 8? We'll get to that. So, the flower of life, okay, is very important to our reality. The ancients definitely knew all about it, okay? This is an ancient depiction of the flower of life, the all-important 8 sphere stability, the moment that is crucial for a human existence. The 8th stage is the stage that is said to be needed in order to grow to an adult human being. Okay, the ancients know all about this. How could they know? Because it's true. Now, this is where it gets really cool and interesting. Please bear with me. Now, this flower of life, okay, which is cellular division at the 8th stage, the crucial 8th stage. Excuse me. Okay, so if you draw a line from the center of each sphere in a 2D world, okay, which is your flat paper world, okay, you'll get a Star of David, which is a hexagon. Okay, this is an 8-sphere representation, in other words, a cube. So what we're saying, okay, is the 8-sphere flower of life is represented as a cube, and I will show you how that happens right now. It's quite simple. As I said, if you draw a line from the center of each sphere, you will get the Star of David inside of the flower of life. Now, I did say that there was apparently only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 spheres, and it appears to be one in the middle, only 7. So how are we getting 8? Okay, to make it a cube, because the cube has 8 sides. So how is this even happening? Okay, well, this. So this is the cells, the spheres themselves. Okay, you have 7. I just showed you on that image, but there's also one more, and it's in front of the 7. Okay, now when you look at the flower of life, okay, being in a 3D representation, okay, we can turn it using that basically the hexagonal shape of the Star of David, and we can interpret it like they do into a sphere in 3D world. So we just turned a representation of that crucial moment, the stable moment, the 8-cell moment, and we've drawn a line from the peak of the top of each ball into what we just showed you is the Star of David, and then if you turn it into a 3D representation, this is in fact what you get. You can see the Star of David in there, okay, but to simplify it and clear your vision, okay, it can be seen as this: a cube. A cube is that important. A cube. So let's talk about the cube a bit, shall we? Seems to be a big emphasis in antiquity, that's for sure, and also a lot of denominations and faiths. The Jewish people, they have a cube strapped to their forehead while reading the Torah. The Torah. The Torah. Sounds like Taurus, doesn't it? The Torah. So the Jews have one on their head. The Freemasons, they definitely have an obsession with wooden ornaments and crazy items. So what's the big deal with the cubes in Freemasonry? Also here you see an obscure cube, which I'm sure many of you have seen, which uncouples into a crucifix. Okay, now it's not only the Jews, the Freemasons and the Christians, guys, who also find the cube have a crucial role in their existence, but it's the Muslims too. It's big to the Muslims. Now what you see here, it's Mecca. Okay, it's Mecca. Okay, in the center of Mecca is the Kaaba, is a large black cube. A cube, that's right. Do you notice anything else about this image at all, people? It's a flat earth map. But more, it's a flat earth map, alright. It's more than that. Do you notice, take note of please, you're going to need this for later on the 4 corners you have vortices. Here here, here, and here. Exactly like the Christian Bible version of our plane, with the 4 vortices on each corner. But this is a Muslim depiction. So what's it doing on a Muslim depiction? Pray tell. Please fix this image in your mind. You're going to see it quite a bit through this journey. Okay, so that is a flat earth map with a cube, which is all important, okay, in the middle. Okay, we continue. There's churches in India, okay, or whatever it is, this church machine. Okay. Okay, well, what we see is a semi-sphere or a dome on top. Okay, and each corner, okay, just as we witnessed on the Kaaba or with the Mecca, on the corner we have 4 vortices or 4 towers, and surrounded by walls, which is making this what? It's making it a cube. It's a cube with the 4 corners and a dome over the top, very much like this, is it not? Okay, we got a lot more to come. Okay, so this is outside apparently a bank in America, in Alamo, in the city of Alamo. I expect that's Texas. A beautiful mudflood old world building in the background, by the way. So the elites have a big thing about the cube. I'm sure a lot of you have already noticed this. So we're going to get to the big meaning of this cube. Okay, now what about in the world of atoms, guys? What about in the world of atoms? Okay, I'm going to hopefully explain this the best I can. Now, if you take 2 squares, okay, or 2 cubes if you like, right, and you place one on top of the other, and then you turn it at 90 degrees, you get this sort of shape, which is used in architecture in the Muslim world, all over the antique world, and is sacred geometry in architecture. You see this a lot in Muslim. This is an Arab symbol, by the way. So we've turned it and we've created this. Okay, now that's in the 2D world. Okay, guys, now try and imagine it that I've just done the same, and we're looking down, but we stretch it out into a 3-dimensional realm which we're living in. What would that look like? That stretched out in a 3-dimensional realm where we find ourselves. Well, what you get is this. Okay, well, we know where its origin started, and look what we've arrived at. Okay, well, I have that. Okay, cool. Well, let's go a bit further. Now, pictures really do help with visualization. Okay, now what we see here is a chart of atoms. Okay, going through a similar rule of division. You get the single atom, and then the 2, 4, and then onwards. Okay, now here we go again. Same living cell formation with atoms. Okay, the perfect nesting. Okay, as you'll see, this echoed inwardly and outwardly. Okay, now what you see in this picture is 1, 2, and 4, and 8 clouds, just like the living cell. So it seems that there's a rule of initial opposing forces which are always kept, and then from there on, depending on energy levels of the amounts of electrons, shapes take many forms, but the most stable is one of the cube. Okay, so the actual shape of our universe, okay, is an initial dual shape and a cube. Okay, and a representation has been made, and it looks like this. What you get is this basic bipolar shape, where it exists. A basic characteristic, it has 2 magnetic fields opposing. Okay, Now what you're going to see next is apparently a real photograph. I will give you a link in the descriptions box for the website this was found from, which says that it's a real photograph of an atom. Now I'm talking about atoms, guys. I'm not talking about down on the Planck level or anything in the subatomic realm, because that's, as we explained, insanity. We're thinking clear. So this is apparently a real photograph of an electron cloud. So what you are witnessing here, the same again, is the two toruses. Okay, so what you're witnessing, guys, is the atom is not a solar system. The atoms are toruses, torus fields. Okay, this is a big actual knowledge to know. Now this is apparently a real photo, as I said. Now I will give you the link. Now there's a basic rule, okay, that comes with official atomic science, guys. Okay, I'll try to briefly go through it. It's called the octet rule, which is this. Okay, image 1, okay, you can see that if you imagine the central core to be a magnet, okay, you will always get 2 poles. Okay, so you got one there on the first concentric circle. You will always get 8 on the second. Always get 8 on the second. Okay, for some inexplicable reason, on the third you will only get 1 electron, but then exponential outwards. Okay, now when you add actually 11 electrons, as it says, it states there. So there's this rule called the octet rule, which apparently in academia students constantly joke about, and they say this, okay, that 1 does not simply exceed the octet rule. So we're going to go with that, guys. Okay, nothing can exceed the 8. The 8 is everything to these people. Think of how many analogies, the infinity 8, etc., etc. So once we understand the smallest of the microcosms of atoms, okay, and we understand everything about the universe, okay, now it nests into smaller or bigger universes. The nesting goes under the number of pi, which I know a load of you are already aware of. Okay, this is the golden number, people. This is, to me, 100% pure evidence of our Creator, God Almighty. Okay, so the golden number is used to calculate vortexes and toruses, people. Okay, now we keep it simple. Okay, everything in the universe must have this shape, a central core with 2 opposing clouds, toruses, just like that atom I showed you guys. 2 magnetic fields with 8 more clouds, 4 above, 4 below, as above, so below, which are opposing vortexes. Okay, now I've had a graphic made, guys, to show you exactly what we mean and how this should look. Is this. So you have, it's beautiful, isn't it? So in order, guys, to get a correct flat earth model, okay, we have to take this shape definitely 100% into consideration. What will become apparent, okay, as any first possible shape for the universe. Okay, then as energy levels rise, the first shell, we get a frame of 8 magnetic points, okay, which actually look like an 8. Or, guys, or B's. Or B's. One this side, and one this side. Or, guys, 3's. One here, and one here. Okay, so we got B's, or we could see it as 3's, or we could see it as 8's. Okay, now this is how it has to work. Okay, now the elites 100% know how this place works. Okay, now what I want you to do before I move away from this image, you'll be seeing it again later and moved on from this, okay, is please fix it in your mind. Okay, okay, thank you. We'll be seeing it again. Okay, now some of you, in this field will recognize this instantly. Okay, this is Disney Club, the sinister Disney Club 33. Only originally, guys, it wasn't a 33 at all, it was an 83. Now they changed it to 33 so that people who went looking for its meaning, as in CC or anything to do with 33, is gematria, which we've interpreted. You can do in a gematria calendar. We all watch Russian Fits. I did. Where were we looking through the 33 Masonic code? It has deeper connotations. Now, if you turn this symbol, or this 83, which is, let's be honest guys, this doesn't look like an 8 at all, does it? And that's a really peculiar looking 3, wouldn't you say? It's not connected, it's not sort of stretched. So let's turn it 90 degrees on its side and then take a look. Suddenly it makes 2 torus fields, guys. Do you think that's a coincidence? Well, I don't believe in coincidences. I don't think they're even a reality. And even the North Star over the top of the torus fields. As above, so below. Now, your mind's working away. So, yes, guys, it's making sense. It goes further though. You can continually split the 8 symbol in a continuous recycling and imposing, and you get 3s like that. You haven't seen that symbol anywhere, guys? Oh, it could be really the real meaning, actually, guys, of 33. So what I think we've really done is found the true meaning of 33. It's showing opposing in electromagnetic fields, it's opposing toruses, toroidal fields. Okay, so that's the real meaning of 33. That's what they're hiding from us. Okay, now the definite powers that should not be definitely know this fact, what I've just shared with you guys. They put it in all their logos. Here you have 2 opposing 3s, magnetic fields, in a broadcasting company. Okay, there's also a really cheesy, no offense Mud, a really cheesy 70s band called ABBA. Okay, except for Olga there, they were terrible. It's a matter of taste, guys. But again, opposing bees again. Now, these never made this logo. This is obviously Tavistock Institute, so it's a social, engineering program. Everything, nothing, not even any album cover you've ever witnessed hasn't had some thought put into it. So the meaning of ABBA at the time, promoted as the biggest band on earth, for a time they were, has double B's back to back, opposing toruses, opposing magnetic fields, people. We go on. It's everywhere. You're going to see it now. So what you've got here on an old Russian coin is the Fasces with a bond, and the bond being very important to all of this, as you're going to see soon. Okay, now what you see is the Fasces and bond, which can be interpreted as a ribbon or a rope or a copper. It doesn't really matter, but it's what it represents. Okay, is this the Fasces and the bond? Okay, 2 opposing vortices. Now check this out, guys. This is in the Senate. I've showed you before, but check this out. These people rubbing it in our face so much, so they have the 2 Fasces and they have laurels. Okay, laurels around each Fasces, opposing, opposite polarities. Have a look, guys. That's going that way, mirror image that way. It couldn't be more clear now to see. Okay, it just can't be. It goes deeper. The laurel is in fact, as well, guys, the snake is a reference to a binding or a bond, James Bond, no coincidence again, that goes around the Fasces to create an electrical charge, a magnetic field. This is the laurel leaf of the Caesars. Long time we've talked about this on my channel, working out what this is, handed down from the controllers from above. All Caesars have them. Sitting on your laurels, the laurels of control, are 2 opposing magnetic fields. Where else will you see the 2 opposing magnetic fields? but on the UN flag, with 33, the two opposing toroidals, 33 sections to their flat earth map, surrounded by a torus, two opposing magnetic fields. This the true meaning of the laurel. Yeah, I know. Okay, also the ribbon you can see is reference to the binding. It's the all-important bond that goes around. In this case, the analogy is 1, 2, 3 corns or wheat chaffs, and they're around the symbol of, as you see, the hammer and sickle, but they're two opposing magnetic fields. Okay, and the binding goes around them. So you're going to see this everywhere, and all of it is flat earth related, as you will find. Last, in this one vlog that I've managed to get through, thank God, where do you think they got the idea for the American dollar? Eh? Magnetic field, the laurel, around a fasces. Yes. So that will conclude this section for today. I hope that was okay. I hope that made sense. You may have to watch it twice. As I said, it is quite a bit to process, but all needed. I'm sure you're starting to visualise in your mind now where we could be going with finding out an accurate, true, undebunkable model for a flat plane. Okay, which has been encoded all the time through antiquity. Thank you, technasia. You unlocked everything. First, okay, right. Again, right. No, I can't confirm this, right? It's an unnamed source, okay? An unnamed source has told me that following Neil deGrasse Tyson being witnessed seeing the Welsh flag and understanding, maybe, that the Earth is actually flat and has suffered some sort of breakdown. We'll look into that now. But his friend, his co-liar friend, Bill Nye, or Bill the Snide Nye, has been spotted. Apparently he spread the word to Bill about what Flat Earth British is doing. Flat Earth British peeps, you better go and have a look, mate. I think the fucking game's up, sort of thing. Excuse my French. Bill, here he is here. Just looking out to see when I'm going to be posting. So that's now, Bill. I hope you enjoy. We'll explain a few things to you that you never knew. Gravity. Just looking if Martin has uploaded his next video. Darling. Oh, really? Married are you, Bill? Snide? You had a dicky bow in the house, Bill. That's a bit weird, isn't it? But his colleague and co-liar, Neil deGrasse Tyson, was spotted in basically therapy with his psychiatrist. He's not too well. Since he keeps having nightmares and he keeps blurting out in public places, "There's flat!" like that, just like really bad Tourette's. And he's just, literally delirious because of what's been happening over here on Flat Earth British. And the Earth is a ball, yeah, it's pear-shaped ball, because he's not well. Okay, so we'll pray for him. Okay, get well soon, Neil. Okay, but after this vlog, I don't think you're gonna feel well again. Right, if you've been unsubbed from me, guys, okay, and lots have, they are trying to stop this happening. But we will overwhelm them with information, okay, real information. You don't want to miss out and end up like this, okay? Okay, don't start without me. Look at him. You don't want to be that, do you, people? Okay? Okay? You don't. Now, guys, a question out there. has been the Fasces. What could it be? I only seen a video yesterday where somebody, John Levy, big shout to John Levy, excellent videos, please up him in the descriptions box, stating what could it be. Well, maybe we can lay you into what this thing could be, and actually, guys, could still very much well still could be. Okay, there's no reason why not. Okay, now we're going to start here. Okay, seems that wings, as you know, magnetic fields and serpents and even Mount Meru, okay, in the North Pole, are all connected with magnetism. Okay, I have a little magnet here, or I did have, but I just dropped it on the floor. Okay, now a magnet has got, oh no, I actually dropped it in my slipper. It's got a north and a south polarity. Now, established in my last post that I believe this place is a double toroidal vortex field with an inertial flat plane between the both, like that atom I showed you. With the nesting, this could be the only way that this place could actually exist. I will elaborate further. Now, magnets. Now, if you don't understand about magnets, they're quite an incredible thing, guys. We'll start here. Now, this is what things look like when they are not magnetized. Okay, this stable. Okay, stable magnet is atoms all jumbled around. Okay, and basically if you add up all of the forces in all the different directions, they all add to 0. They're still, they do not move. The atoms all just bounce into one another. To make this thing magnetized, okay, just a curio, is this is a meteorite fragment, okay, and it's magnetized. How could that be, I wonder? So, how do we make things magnetized? Well, what we do is we align the atoms and it becomes magnetized. They all have to point in the same direction. Jumbled mess, inert, still, non-magnetized. All the atoms in the same direction, magnetized. Okay? Now, this is quite important, guys, okay? In fact, everything I'm going to talk about is important right now. Okay. Now, it's important the magnetic field is invisible. Okay, the magnetic flow is created. It's very important to know that all magnets, big or small, always exhibit bipolar, meaning north and south. Okay, now if some guy asks himself, what happens if I snap that magnet in half? Will I get a monopole and another monopole? Meaning, will I get one north pole and one south pole? I'm afraid not. That's never going to be able to happen in our reality. If you snap a magnet into two, you're still going to get a north and a south. You snap it again, you're still going to get a north and a south. You could go down, actually, down onto the atomic scale, where you've seen that atom I showed you, and you will only get that same north and south. Okay, now north and south poles always occur in pairs, guys. North and south poles always occurred in pairs. Attempts to separate them result in more pairs of poles. If we continue to split the magnet, we would eventually get down to an iron atom with a north and south pole. These two cannot be separated. Okay, that atom I showed you in that picture. Now, so no matter how much you break these atoms down, these magnets down, they will always keep their north and south polarity and never be a monopole. Okay, now you've heard of the saying ordo abt ko. Okay, ordo abt ko. You may have heard of this saying on David Icke show, or Alex Jones, the biggest shills out there, talk about ordo abt ko constant. Or they talk about it a lot as a Masonic message. But actually, guys, you understand? Thinking of yourself and not watching these people, okay? They're lying and they're there to misinform you and wrongly direct you. Here's the symbol, the Masonic symbol they talk about. Ordo ab chaos. Yes, that's right. Order out of chaos. And they will tell you this is part of the dialectic of order out of chaos. There's 3 stages of the dialectic, and they say this is all part of the New World Order. Okay, well, not in this case, guys, not in this case. There's something else going on, completely different, and I will explain now. You see the arrows in the center. Of course, you've got the 33, the 2 toroidals above, as we've now established. 33, the highest Masonic place, is in fact, and the pyramid, of course, which we'll talk about in a minute. You see these arrows pointing out. Well, they're pointing in different directions. Okay, so what they're saying is this is not magnetized yet, because it's all in different directions, but the wings of the eagle are open with the magnetic field. That's right. So they're letting you know in this that they have the power over the electromagnetic field, people. So there it is, all directions, inert. Okay, and with the power of the electromagnetic charge, and they basically make order by putting the arrows, like I just showed you, all in the same direction. So this is the true meaning of order out of chaos. It's a very similar message to what I showed you on the depictions in videos past with George controlling the dragon and the snake. They show you that they're controlling the electromagnetism. Okay, now it goes deeper, guys. Buckle in. We have to understand magnetism, okay? Now, there's no escaping it if you want to understand what the Fasces really is, and guys, very well still could be. Okay? Now, here's a picture of a standard magnetic field in a picture. You've all seen this, haven't you? Okay, so you've seen a magnet and you've seen iron filings, but what you're witnessing, guys, is not the actual magnetic field. Okay, it's not. It's the position where the magnetic power finds and rests between the waves of the field. The actual waves themselves are perpendicular to these lines, like this. You see? Okay? Like this. Okay? Now, in case you didn't know, it's all very important for where we're going, people. If you actually turn this now, guys, buckle in. If you actually turn this 90 degrees, okay, rotate it, we get this. So what you're looking at there, guys, okay, is same as the atom, the 2 toroidal fields, vortexes, north and south, just like the atom, and the inertial flat plane in equilibrium, which we'll explain shortly, resting between the 2. So all compasses point to the North Pole, so there's something magnetic there, isn't there? Okay, which we think is Mount Meru. We can't get there to verify this. And there's a South Pole. So common consensus is the South Pole is basically beyond Australia and beyond some sort of ice ring. I'm afraid not, people. Afraid not at all. That's not what's happening. There's no way that the magnetic charge is going from Mount Meru 15,000 kilometers to travel to outside of the circle, outside of Australia, to where they say the South Pole is. It's not there, people. It's below ground level. Mount Meru, okay, we believe to be a pyramid. believe Mount Meru to be a pyramid, and we believe it to be obviously above on our earthly plane, and you can see the inertial flat plane where we live on, and the South Pole is below ground level, below Mount Meru, and I'll explain now how. Okay, this is an ancient Babylonian depiction, and this pretty much sums it up, people. Okay, what's basically happening here is a step pyramid, Mount Meru, and basically you have you can actually see the magnetic field on this depiction. Is quite stunning. You can imagine that this is a pyramid which has a pyramid underneath, so it's two pyramids. The one is above ground level, okay, that's north, and below the inertial flat plane, in the equilibrium, the stillness that we live on, below there is the other half of said pyramid, which is the South Pole. Okay, now this is a really incredible bit coming up. Excuse me. Okay. Now gravity guys, okay, is not small mass is attracted by a big mass. This is not two balls in a shed, this is not Cavendish, okay. Gravity is bollocks. Gravity is a magnetic acceleration acting on all objects, one from above pushing down and one from beneath pulling up. If they are equal, gravity is cancelled, and that's what we see when we look at a mountain. It's still because it's on the inertial plane. The gravity acceleration coming up from below and the one coming from above has cancelled it out. Now, this is the only way this place can work, people. Now, here is a model, okay, to help you visualize, of two gravity wells, or two density vortexes. Okay, there's no such thing as gravity. Now, the model is actually basically an atom. Okay, it's the same. It's just this nesting. It's just worked its way out. Now, what you see is a model of an atom, any atom in the universe. Okay, so we have two torus fields with two opposing fields. Okay, which we've seen all along on this series. Okay, so the two vortexes acting in opposite directions simultaneously. Now this is a biggie. This is a biggie in understanding what any forces that could be referred to as gravity, what they actually are. Okay, now listen to this, people. You have both a part of the same electromagnetic energy, and both vortexes always exist at the same time, in the same time, people, and in opposing directions. So we've separated these, okay, but if you brought them together, this is what's happening. Okay, this is just incredible. The blue arrow is clockwise pushing down. Okay, imagine a screwdriver and you're pushing it down, and then it contracts at the bottom. Okay, and basically it passes through the North Pole hole. The North Pole hole, and expands on the other side below, back out. Meanwhile, on the left, it's the other direction, it contracts. Okay, this is how a double vortex works. Okay, guys, now, does this remind you of anything? How about the Holy Grail, which hasn't come up, excuse me, but I have a picture here. I did have one saved, but the Holy Grail. Yes, it does, doesn't it? Excuse me. So, did we just find the Holy Grail? Is this what it's all about? No. Excuse me, I won't be waiting for that to load. You get the idea. Okay, we move on. Is what we got there. Okay, now you may have seen this a couple of weeks ago on my vlogs. A lot of people actually talk about this. Basically what you're seeing is two opposing toruses, okay, in an Indian device, okay, with a passage between. Now, what about the fleur-de-lis? Lee? What about the fleur-de-lis? Yeah, I know you. Yeah, there's only one, isn't there? You're thinking it can't be, so what about this thing? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, indeed. You're going to see a lot of things now, guys, that remind you, or you're going to know now what they mean. Now, the other way to depict a double torus, or double vortex, at the convergence of Mount Meru is two snakes. Guys, have you seen this around at all? Okay. Now, I've never actually heard the word actually pronounced in my life, so I've only ever read it, so I don't know how the pronunciation goes, but I would say caduceus, the caduceus, which is basically another word for love. It's used, it's associated with health. I know the British Health Service use it as an emblem, but what you got going on here, guys, is you've got the Catholics and the Orthodox with a caduceus between them, so they're complete opposites. They're complete opposites coming together, converging. You can also see the caduceus here with two lions guarding it. Okay, I have many depictions of the caduceus. It's all over antiquity, and it's the convergence of Mount Meru. This is from, apparently, this is from Texas, from a church. You have a double-headed snake, and you can clearly see the curling of the staff in a screw shape, reflecting the vortex path of the magnetic wave. Ends in the top of the double-headed snake. Okay, this is how God made it possible for us to live in a constant balance. Maybe this is why I'm so into this. I'm a Libran, you know, the scales. Okay, guys. Buckle in, please, buckle in. Now, here's a depiction of Mount Meru from an ancient Chinese depiction. So what do you see? Yes, you see the same as what I just showed you with these two opposing toruses, or the atom even. It's two pyramids with a bit in the middle, and one sort of both. One the right way up and one upside down. Okay, so we have another depiction of Mount Meru, and let's see what this one shows us. Interesting, again, they have the four vortices marked out. You can see this a lot. Don't worry, I promise we're going to talk about them later. This is a Japanese depiction of Mount Meru. Again, exactly the same thing. The double vortices pointing in on one another, but this is the best one, I think. This is an ancient Nepalese depiction. Okay, and it shows, well, it's definitely a better representation, but this is why. Okay, now, I think that the lower level of the pyramid is below ground level, which gives us the South Pole and North Pole above ground level. Okay, but the beautiful thing about this is this showing the actual magnetic waves coming out in the shape of a sunflower or a lotus flower. It's stunning. It's the double vortex field we can see, and they're showing us. But more than that, people, more than that, they've literally cut it into 4 sections as well, like what I say with the 4 corners. The 4 corners, I promise we're gonna get to that. No, this is really good. Check this out. This is an ancient depiction, okay, of the Garden of Eden. Now, what we see is a round wall, which is like Mercator's, which I have on the wall up here. Mercator's Hyperboreum, okay, is a round four continents. Okay, so it's like Mercator's round continents, and inside, again, just like Mercator, you have rivers, a river running up to a large magnetic mountain, and what's more, people, just like Mercator's map, a lake in the middle. What, was Mercator crazy? Oh, this is just a painting, obviously. Can't possibly know, could they? So, let's have a look at Mercator's map again, shall we? So, very well known in this community. So what you see is the Hyperborean, continents, and in the middle a mountain, the magnetic mountain, that is Mount Meru. Right, the funny thing is, guys, is how could this be? Okay, how could this be? You got a huge mountain in the middle of a lake. Well, a lake is obviously low land, so how can you have a mountain in the middle of it? Now, guys, this is gonna rock the boat. I mean, Noah's Ark. Okay, this is gonna be epic. Now, this next depiction I will show you, okay, is magnetic waves traveling. Okay, it's emission waves of a stone being dropped in water. Let's see what we find. You get a hole, that'd be the well, and it peaks pyramidically and dips down below, just like what we see. So it's very much possible to have a lake and a mountain all at the same time, guys. You want to just soak that in? So that's an emission, a wave emission, a stone being dropped in water. Okay, so let's see what's happening in the middle, people. There's a hole, a comb shape, and a pike. Very same time. Okay. Now Mercator must have known this is a reality, people. This is the only way it could be. At the same time, in the centre of flat Earth, there's a lake in the middle, a huge magnetic mountain, and a pole. Okay. So is there anything in the real world now? Because I can't get to the North Pole and take a look to see if this is happening. But is there anything real world that I could lay my hands on that would be just like Mount Meru? It turns out, guys, that there is. And it's these little fellas. Car speakers. No. And cannily enough, these car speakers are amazing. Okay. The shape of the small tweeter in the centre, okay, gives you a very high frequency tone. Yeah, wow, what's the chances? And if you put the picture of one of these next to Mount Meru depiction, as I've always said, people, I don't believe in coincidences. I do not believe they exist. So Mount Meru gives off a low, very high, frequency. Okay, very high frequency. I don't believe in coincidences at all. So, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Now, the Fasces, guys. If you want to make a god killer, okay, you have to understand this. Now, you got two options. I've got two options, okay? If you put magnets together in this option 1, which is north, south, north, south, north, south, you're going to end up with a very, very long magnet. Okay, that's no good for, say, carrying about. Option 2, however, is north, south, north, south. But that won't magnetize, will it? Not really. It will repel. Unless you, what? Unless you bind it together with something. Yes, that's right. The magnets. and the potential is incredible. Yeah, I know, people. I know. Now, watch this man, people. I got a link, and he's called, I'll give you the links in the descriptions box. I got a couple good ones. He's called Super Magnet Man. Okay, he's on YouTube, and he shows basically you can stack pyramids in the same way as you can with the fasces. Okay, now he does it in a way that you can basically stack little pyramids, and it gives you 30 Tesla powers, guys. That's 10,000 Gauss. So that's a huge amount of magnetic power from nesting perfectly pyramids, like we're nesting magnets with a bond to magnetize it with the fasces. Now this can be made exponential. Now this guy, this magnety dude built this. Okay, now this is just incredible. Okay, this is possible, and here we go again. Okay, so that much power. Now, big question on Flat Earth British all the while, all this journey, is obelisks and pyramids in antiquity. Okay, could they do the same? Well, they would have to be made out of metal, wouldn't they, to do the same, not stone. Okay, I'm afraid crystalline structures don't just crack it. Not in this case. So how, however, could they have been mechanisms, obelisks and pyramids? Now hold on to your hats, people. This. Welcome to electrum. Electrum is a gold alloy, green gold, and it was used in the Old Kingdom of Egypt for the topping, the tops only, of pyramids and obelisks. Electrum. Yeah, I know. So why didn't they teach us about this in school? And why didn't you learn about this in college? Why do they keep this stuff quiet, I wonder? Okay. Now, I think these devices were stolen by Napoleon's troops, maybe, when they were there, shooting the face off the Sphinx, whatever the story is. But I think that it was definitely possible for pyramids to be electrical conductors and more. Okay. Now, they didn't use hocus pocus, the Egyptians. They used electrum. Okay. Now, I got a website called ResearchGate I can give you, and it is incredible. Now, remember, okay, the obelisk and pyramid can be electromagnetic devices, and this is how it can happen. Okay, now it may seem a little bit complicated, but it's not, and further on along the line all will make sense from what I'm about to say. Okay, now there should be a way to nest magnetic fields in a way that their waves push in at least one direction, to directionalize magnetic waves. There should be. This can only happen if waves can nest, perfectly nest. Okay. Now this next depiction, I'll give you the website, ResearchGate.net, and show you how waves nest in a pyramid and obelisk. Okay, these are screenshots, and it's quite incredible. Okay, wow, but inside the obelisks we can't really, and the pyramids we can't really check if they were doing any nesting. Okay, but the proof could still be there. Now, if the nesting is carried out in a particular way, guys, okay, a particular way, okay, inside of the pyramid, okay, this nesting process can be amplified. It can be amplified, and it can be turned into a cannon, or indeed an antennae for waves, like so. Exponential power, and you start at how many Gauss? What are you going to get to by? This exists. Okay, now how do we get energy to store in a pyramid? Now, to nest in pyramids, there's only one geometrical shape that will fit in one, and it's called the isohedron. The isohedron is a 20-sided shape. It's the shape you see on that famous depiction I show you called Melancholia, the reset depiction. It's a 20-sided shape, and it looks like this. So that can fit inside of a double pyramid, one top and one below. Now there's a shape inside, and it is this, the geometric shape. Okay, seems very complicated, but it's quite simple, right? Needs to fit perfectly into a pyramid. Okay, now this bit will make more sense a little bit later on, but it has to be talked about like so. It's the only geometric shape, okay, the isohedron, 20-sided shape, that will fit inside of this double pyramid. Remember, the inertial plane comes between it, the top pyramid being Mount Meru, and Meru being below ground level, is South Pole. Okay, now you notice now, guys, that there's a gap, and it's not fitting snug, is it? Okay, so it's not fitting perfect. Okay, now the reason being is if you turn each isohedron 90 degrees horizontally, the highest corner will touch the next three corners shown in this picture for neat nesting. Okay, now don't worry, I know that bit's complicated. Okay, you haven't got to really worry about that too much right now. It will make sense along the way. Okay, since you can nest up to 4 waveforms, as we've seen on a depiction of collected waveforms, it means that you can send up to 4 different waves. 2 up would spin up and 2 down. Okay, nice. It's monumental. Just 2 secs. Now they know, the elites, they got them outside public buildings. The isohedron is on that depiction I talk about, the reset depiction. They certainly know all about it. Anyways, as I said, guys, you don't have to understand everything immediately. Just understand that in a pyramid or obelisk there are 4 perfectly nesting waves, can be resonating, and due to the pyramidical form it will resonate and energy multiplies, to be used directionally on the spot near the pyramid, or stored and used for later. Oh, wow. Implications. Anyway, just a little moment, sorry. Okay, well, to store pyramids up and nest them inside to create these energy waves, the stacking pyramid actually looks this way. Okay, it looks this way. Now, this is a bit of a mind blower. This was in the Daily Mail in Great Britain. I've got a link up in the descriptions box. A thermal imagery, or an imagery inside, just like the Russian nesting dolls, people. Exactly the same. This nesting is the key. Okay, now the Daily Mail put this up. This is inside of a Mayan pyramid. The news article actually states nesting Mayan pyramids. So they're definitely nesting pyramids, and they're definitely doing exactly what I just suggested. Okay, collecting. They can store it nearby, and it's very, very doable. This stuff's being done. It's been done. Now, this is what makes square energy devices. Okay, so there's your pyramid. Okay, now, if you want to create an energy device, okay, the only way to go is not with that pyramid there. Okay, guys, unless you've got a bucket of electrum, is with this. like the main pyramid, a step pyramid nesting neatly inside of one another for energy, just like the Russian dolls. Oh boy, something else. Anyway, now the Earth, you will find, even in Russia, someone on Earth, even in Russia, will tell you that dolls are not just a toy, but to remember how energy waves can be nested, accelerated and transmitted, and also in reverse, and can receive waves from the ether. Technasia, antiquity, all of it. Now the cartographer Mercator, guys, depicts the North Pole as having 4 round islands split into 4 parts, the lake and the middle, Mount Meru. Okay, now could the energy of perfect nesting magnetic fields in a pyramidical shape like Mount Meru be the reasons for the 4 seasons? Well guys, we're going to look into that next time, a next episode on Flat Earth British. I'm afraid that's all for today, people, in this episode. Okay, I'm going to come back shortly. I'm going to give you a few extra tidbits in part number 2 concerning all of this anyway. But to conclude, guys, there's a pyramid, I believe, around Meru, 2 sides, one underground creating the South Pole and one above ground creating the North Pole, and I believe them to be man-made or manufactured. Okay, these are artificial, have to be artificial, and it explains any gravity effects that they call gravity on our plane. You can't put it all down to density and buoyancy. There are other effects, and that clears that up. And the inertial plane, where we are now and where we sit, has to be at an equilibrium, okay, between 2 toruses. This is the only way our universe and where we live can exist, and I will prove it further next time. Okay, right, part 2, guys, just a few extra tidbits. Okay, thanks guys. I hope you enjoyed that. This is quite interesting. Einstein with another Tavistock person, CC, Charlie Chaplin, 33. Yeah, you know now, guys. Now, you know what I admire most about you, Charlie? It's your universality. The whole world understands you, and though you don't even say a damn word. In other words, in your movies. And true, Albert, but your universality is bigger. The whole world admires you, even though every scientist knows there's not one damn truth in any of your theories. Busted. Okay? Right here. Globe's dead. Now, this came up, somebody sent it to me, concerning the Fasces. The faggot. The faggot is actually a dish in Britain. It's made from like pork. I'm actually sure liver, I think. Don't even know. But the Fasces is connected with the word faggot. Bundle of sticks. Vulgar. So there's a connection there. Unconfirmed sources again have contacted me saying that Grizzly Shits, Neil Digress Tyson and Bill the Snide Nye contacted Michio Kaku. They said, "Oi Michio, cop for this, mate." Basically, they all had a sort of Quackademia press conference type deal where they watched Flat Earth British, my last video, live. Okay. Unconfirmed sources have told me this, so it's true. Okay, now he was photographed or caught at the end when I explained that our place where we live can only be an initial flat plane. okay, between two toroidal fields, okay, two toroidal vortexes, okay, and this was his face, this was his reaction, okay. Now, I don't think any of them are very well, and after this one, God, I don't know what to think. Not that I am particularly worried. This is basically a theoretical physicist, Michikaku, which means he makes shit up for a living. Now here he is. An initial what? Don't worry, the big think. Look at his eyes, guys. He's batshit crazy, isn't he? Michikaku. Anyway, enjoy your quantum nothingness, crazy person. So we're going to clear think, people. Okay, we're going to clear think, and we're going to get to real answers. Now, there's some aspects of this post coming up, okay, which are undeniable, and I just think to myself in my mind, however can any anti-flat earth globe channel, there's plenty of them out there, how can any of them ever debunk any of this? I would love to see, because it's not going to be possible. Good luck, Sairita Dan. Okay, good luck. That's all I can say. Now, this is from a website where they show you weather temperatures, tides, etc., and magnetic declinations, and they kindly put a azimuthal equidistant flat earth map for us. Very kind. Now, as you can see, the magnetism over the North Pole, it comes out in 4 great loops, okay, just like Mercator's map or projection of the Hyperborean or the North Pole. You have 4 continents split. You get the same with the magnetics, okay, but in this image the magnetics completely, almost completely cover the Asian continent, and as you can see around here, all of Europe, Africa and America. Okay, so why is that? What could cause that? Okay, and the magnetic anomalies that we, witness over our plane. Okay, well, if Tesla was alive, he could definitely help us out. As I've said all along, guys, I believe that Tesla basically rediscovered the information or the invention. He was a clear thinker, but the technology we know, Fasces technology is ancient. We know that all of the technologies, technasia and antiquity are all been there all along. Okay, so he's just basically rediscovering by clear thinking. Okay, so where could he have got his ideas? Well, he's Serbian. Okay, so we looked online and we found an image of basically a Serbian cross from antiquity. I'm going to take a look at this because it's appeared to have become priceless, and I don't mean its monetary value, I mean the information that it holds. So he had a standard education apparently in a, just a normal Serbian school, so there was nothing particularly grand about Tesla's education, people. So this was from a Serbian church, okay. So we wanted to find out something about it because it's mind-blowing. To my mind, it looks Norse. So basically, a friend of a friend, okay, who was a Christian, had a look at it, and this is what he said. He said, "Oh, that's not a crucifixion cross at all. The lower arm is not long enough for Christ's legs. What is going on?" He said it is a representation of the Bible's version of our flat earth, the square and stationary earth. Behind me on the wall, people. Now remember, wings are magnetic fields. That includes angels as well, people. Okay, that includes angels as well. And as you can see behind me, 4 angels on the 4 corners. Okay, the same as what we get on this representation. Okay, now it tells us a lot here. This actually, people, is very, very informative. It actually reflects the cycles. I'll explain now. The cycles and the seasons of the solar year, 2 equinoxes and 2 solstices are covered in this. How? Okay, well, now wings, as you know, are an analogy for magnetic fields, okay, and the 4 angels on the 4 corners and the North Pole in the middle. Okay, well, is that an angel in the middle? Are they angels? It's a bit questionable. Okay, well, we looked at it for a long time, this cross, guys, because you knew something special about it. Okay, and here's a magnification of the North Pole bit, the centre bit, and what you see is what looks like angels' wings, maybe. Yes? Okay, what about beans? They look like beans, don't they? See them? Here. And here. Okay? But still questionable, eh? So, the year of this cross, by the way, which is actually very necessary, is the year 610. Okay? In mainstream years, 1610. Okay? And they show a double vortex on the North Pole. Okay, this is a double vortex. I will show you now. The next depiction is, as most of you will know, okay, is the golden ratio. Okay, now the 2 Fibonacci vortexes form a shape that can be thought of as a heart. Okay, and a C and a B. You see them on tuning heads of violins, atop of Greco-Romano pillars, 2 laurel leaf branches, and opposing directions. Now, the owl. Even an owl's head, since their eyes seem to make the shape. So if you put 2 Fibonacci's together, okay, as we know is phi, they create what looks like owl's eyes. Is that what the owl is all about all over the Middle Ages depictions? And is this why Bohemian Grove go to worship the owl? Yes. All in plain sight. I will show you more now. This is the double vortex that we live in. Our initial flat plane is here between the both. And here is an antiquities depiction of the lunar cycle. Also the shape of an owl. Okay, you're not convinced? Well, I've said all along, people, since the very beginning in architecture, this was the double torus. And what I never noticed before, doesn't it look like an owl? Like, really like an owl. Yeah, and of course the blank plaque. We'll get to that. Oh, look, swastikas also. Yes, okay. Now, if you put the owl next to Washington Gardens, which we know Washington is deeply coded, its layout, but you get this, 2 Fibonacci's, an owl. Yeah, I know. Okay. So, I asked a real owl if this is a true interpretation, but this is all he could say. But then they cute. Look at him, an hysterical laughing, lovely owl. Okay, which they have basically, unfortunately, perverted. Okay, so this is where it gets really trippy. The double spiral form we find also in Mandelbrot fractals, Mandelbrot set. Most of us know about this. Okay, it's based on the same golden ratio, or phi. You get this. Okay, now I have a little video which I've had quite some time because I like to watch these. I'm going to show you some of it. Most of you already know, but they are a joy to behold. So I'm going to show you a bit of the Mandelbrot set. This one goes quite deep, and you get the idea. So it just goes in and in and in and in. Okay, now Mandelbrot. And it's a shame that actually the guy who brought this to the mainstream was a guy called Archaix Socal, sci-fi writer, the guy who initiated or thought up the communications satellite. He only thought it up in the 1950s. A few years later they make out that they're real. Now, obviously Archaix Socal, CC, yes, climate change, but the Mandelbrot says Mandelbrot worked on these guys, okay, for 10 years. Okay, basically he, excuse me, Mandelbrot study for 30 years. Okay, the study took an understanding. 10 years it took to produce the software after that. So we're looking at 40 years work with people. Just to bring that picture that I showed you the last time, the fractal picture. Okay, so we'll just have a look at this for a minute. It's quite beautiful anyway. It's very tricky. Fractal nature of our reality. So if I am premiering this, I hope you're enjoying in chat. Wait till you see what we've got in store for you people. Okay, you get the idea. It's a beautiful thing. You can see loads of these Mandelberts. They go quite deep online. So enjoy. So the Mandelbert set. There's the picture, the first Mandelbert set. The Mandelbert actually produced, took him all of those years. Now what I'm going to show you now is a depiction, apparently from the 16th century again. Okay, here. So, could someone explain this? Did painters know Mandelbrot's fractal equation in the 16th century? Now what we got below there is, for my mind, what is, and if you look at it close up, it 100% definitely is a fractal in the 16th century. So their understanding is quite profound, people. Yeah, I know. Okay, I just blew my ashtray all over my computer. Now, take a deep breath, people. This is actually priceless for the reason being, okay, now, if you've got four corners, okay, you need, like on there, and in the center, the Mount Meru, which is a double vortex, and these angels on the corners, also should be double vortexes. Then you're going to need 10 vortexes for this place to be, okay, which is what you get on the Serbian cross. You get 5 double vortexes on the Serbian cross from the 16th century. 4 are at the 4 corners of the earth, and 1 at the North Pole, Mount Meru, the double vortex, the 2 Fibonacci's. You can see them there, okay. If we consider we live on an initial plane between 2 toruses, then we should have to take 10 vortices, 5 above, 5 below, into account. Okay, now we continue. Now, remember we learned, guys, that the first stable human cell had to have 8 cells. Okay, like the cube. Okay. But always keep a double vortex initial magnetic fields, which we make a double torus fields. We have to have 8, add 2, 10 vortices. Okay, bear with me, people. Also, an atom, when it has 10 electrons, will have 2 opposing clouds and then 8 more on the second shell, and that's 10 more as well. And also, our FE universe has 10 vortices. Ever wondered why there's been a 10 numerical system? Okay, it's not just a coincidence, people. So what we're witnessing here is double vortex, 2, 4, 6, 8, 2 in the middle, 10. Okay, so what we're looking at is the angels guarding the static, square and stationary earth, as you see behind me here. Okay, now, could this be the cause of the seasons? Well, I think it is actually, guys. Think of this. Here is a graphic of a levitating disc. It's called the quantum levitator. Most of you have seen this. It's been around for quite some time. So what we're proposing is this, okay, is could the 4 vortexes on each corner, okay, be the reasons why the sun and the moon, literally luminaries that levitate constantly, move in a circle on a disc, constantly attracted by the next angel, the next magnet, and then on to the next angel, the next magnet. So if you imagine this as an inertial flat plane and maybe 4 corners have 4 magnets, 4 angels, which actually this has a magnet all the way around there, then it would be magnetically pulled onto the next, and then onto the next, and then onto the next. This would drive our system. 4 corners, 4 angels on a flat plane. Bear with me, people. Okay, now, extra proof is this priceless picture of a sun halo. Now, what you're witnessing when you see the image that I just showed you is gravity, magnetism, excuse me, breathing in and out. Okay, now, this is priceless, this picture. Basically, what you see here, and here, and here, and here, intense lights, okay, or a gathering of lights. So what's happening here, okay, is the sun, even though it's a perfect circle, when a halo appears, you see 4 bright spots of light attracted by electromagnetism on the 4 sides of our FE model, maybe. Strong enough is this force that it can attract and trap even sun rays, okay, or sunlight. So, is there anything else you can think of, guys, that maybe is like the 4 angels on the corner and a magnet in the middle? Well, there's this. It's called the Tesla engine, and in fact, it's an FE model. You have a magnet on each corner, the 4 angels, or angles, if you like, upon the square and stationary Earth. And exactly like I just showed you with that levitating moon or sun around a flat disk, the Tesla engine is the current to the next magnet, to the next magnet, to the next magnet, and onward. Okay, so the FE model is basically a Tesla engine. So Tesla got his ideas from what I believe to be the Holy Bible. And you're going to say to yourself, no man, he was a scientist, he thought in scientific ways. Yeah, maybe guys, okay, but first you have to meet this guy. Let me introduce you to Martin Tesla. Tesla's father, the Catholic priest. Tesla's father was a Catholic priest, guys. Okay? And that's where Tesla got his ideas, okay, for the Tesla engine, which is the square and stationary Earth. He knew, alright. Now, here is the map I got behind me on the wall, the square and stationary Earth, remembering that angels are magnets, and these luminaries are dragged onto one, then the next, and then they move towards the centre, and then back out again, as the attraction of the Mount Meru in the second. Okay, now, angels have wings. Now, his father told him how the sun and the moon span above the Earth. So Tesla had an image in his head already, guys, okay? Now, Tesla admitted, guys, that to come up with his models, he never used mathematical equations. He had visions. He seen things in his mind. And here is a newspaper article where he states exactly that. Miraculous visions of Nikola Tesla. So he never used mathematical equations, guys. Here, a vision appeared to him, a mental image. So we've seen it somewhere, and he's worked out, because he's really smart, what it is, what it means, and he's built it. So he's copied the place where we live into his Tesla engine. Yeah, I know. The next one, the next bit of this vlog, you've not heard of before. I've been in Flat Earth now nearly 4 years, since almost the get-go, guys, and I have not heard anybody mention or even be aware of this. To my mind, it is overwhelming proof that this place can only be flat. We'd love to see globe channels pull this one apart. This is called the Cook Pine mystery. The leaning Cook Pine mystery baffles scientists, but we know the answer. Here they are here. Now, Cook pine trees are very sensitive to electromagnetic fields, people, especially that of sunlight. Okay, we find them all over the world. Cook pine trees here in Sri Lanka. Okay, we have more here, and these ones are in the USA. Okay, leaning Cook pines in the USA, and in Australia as well. So they're all over the plain. Leaning Cook pines. Okay, in Detroit, Motown City, they call them the Michael Jackson tree because they lean. So these are everywhere. Okay, but there's a biggie. This is, I can give you a website now with the scientists scratching their heads, can't work this out. Okay, and here's an extract from this said article. I will link everything you see that is of importance will be linked in the descriptions box. Now, Cook pines always seem to point towards the equator. So they always point towards the equator, even contorting themselves, okay, to reach the equator. Now that's if they're in the northern hemisphere flat or the southern hemisphere flat, they will lean towards the equator. This is scientists, okay? They can't work out why. Now, let's take a look at the biggest fib of our age, the globe model. Okay, now people, if this was a reality, okay, the Cook trees, if the sun is actually 93 million miles away, which is not, it's close by, okay, the oblique rays would come in at such a form, so they say. Now, it's not what we witness on the Earth's surface, not with crepuscular rays, but for the sake of argument, they come in straight like this. Okay, now I've put a red circle around the one on the, or just below the equator. Okay, now, the image you see at this time of year, guys, right, the trees would not grow out that way at all. They would never, ever point towards the equator at that moment of year. They would point towards the south. Okay, but they don't. So, obviously, that is fake. And that is false. They lean, don't they? We've just showed you photographs. So, we'll show you how the trees exist in reality. They lean like this. Pine trees also growing like this is the only possible on a flat plane. Now, that is nonsensical. That is incorrect. That makes no sense to the human brain until you look at it on a flat Earth projection. Yes, sun's orbit in summer and sun's equinoxes and sun's orbit in I'm afraid I can't see that, in winter. Look, even with this model, guys, if you wait 6 months and then look at it, the sun would be on the other side and it still would make no sense. Okay, it's impossible for it to be on a globe. Okay, it's impossible with the leaning Cook pines pointing towards this apparent equator. Okay, is impossible. Correct model of Earth for leaning pine trees towards the equator, as they so say. We move on. Wadam it only can be flat. The pine trees dictate it. And here is Flat Earth British, which I'll be doing a lot in the coming weeks. Killing the globe. Okay, there's a guy with a globe in his mouth. Yeah, best place for it. From I don't know what the date is on there. I don't know. Anyway, so we're going to move on, people. The next bit is quite important to where we are going, and there's a big clue coming up. Okay, and then we're going to look at some other stuff. So this was on Lee's video, Stealing the Show. I've shown this myself, and they are supposed to be sections of amphitheatres or viaducts or aqueducts. So they need thousands and thousands and thousands of tons of stone to carry water over large distances, is it? Okay. Could they be devices? Could they be devices, as I've suggested all along? Here is a Colosseum. I've been in Colosseum in Rome myself. I worked in another smaller amphitheatre when I was working as a stonemason, and they are quite unbelievable. The common consensus is that they were opened by Caesars, like Caligula in Rome, for Circus Maximus, bread and circus, to keep the masses enthralled in the sport, so they don't think about the nightmare that's going on with their society, with their mind control state. Okay, they don't work things out with bread and circuses. So that's the official story. It sounds good, and there's truth in that. Yeah, okay. Were they always like that? Remember, this place is reset over and over. People find these things. So were they always just for people to go in and watch games? Okay, well, let's have a little think. My spare time, a lot of you already know, I'm into looking at free energy devices. It is my dream to get free for everybody to have free energy. It's all about the free energy. They just don't want us to have it. They got it. Now, I come across this video, and I know one of my subs in particular, Greedy the Duck, knows all about this. This is a Searle machine. Look like anything that you just seen? Okay. Now, blows cables in your head a bit, doesn't it? Now, inside the device, as well, is this. Like seats in a stadium. Yeah, I know. Now, there's a guy called Searle, John Searle, guys, and he made these free energy devices. I'm going to give you a link so you can look for yourself. Now, if John Searle, literally Weedy the Doc or Smokey the Bandit, great, really smart guy, said in my comments that if John Searle would have known that angels' wings are magnets, he would have worked it all out. So when you look at it, its model of this device, this is what you get. Look familiar at all, guys? Fireworks are starting. Yeah, like our model. Yeah, I know. So basically, could Greco-Romano Colosseums be devices like these? Now, if that's the case, guys, right, what could they be doing with them? Could you go into them to revitalise or recharge your body's orgone energy? Or could the devices be for levitating discs, large discs, for transporting people and materials? Okay, guys, the next bit is quite important in understanding where or what Fasces tech is. I don't say was, guys, I say is. Okay, now there's a key here that will be, if understood, which it will be when I explain it, will prove that this place can only be an initial flat plane between two toruses, or two toroidal vortexes, two torus fields. Only way it can be, and I will explain. The weight will be overwhelming with evidence by the end of all of this. Now, what you're looking at here, people, is very important, this bit, and simple to understand, okay? The most important thing most people forget is how to tune frequencies, how to control frequencies. Now, this is really neat for me because I'm well into, you know, building amplifiers and systems and such, so this is right up my street. I absolutely love this stuff. So, this is how you do it, okay? This is how you can cancel out, okay, frequency, the waveform, or increase it. This is how it's done, okay? Because if you want to make sense of the fasces, which are magnetic rods, by the way, which you will produce, project an EM, an electromagnetic wave, the waves have no effect on the target object, okay? Because they do not have the same or certain frequency of energy and vibration as the object. Now, okay. So let's see how waves behave in general. Okay, now it looks complicated, but it's not, guys. It's really simple. Is this, and this is key. This is key. Now, it only comes in two forms. Okay, you get the wavelength, which is shear, and you get amplitude, the strength, which is shear. Okay, so the wave can only have two things, okay? The frequency length, which is also calculated by the amount of time in a second that it goes up and down, okay? It's wave length, okay? And the bottom one you see here, okay, is the amplitude, which is its strength, okay? Now here comes the interesting stuff, people, okay? Now, what you're witnessing here is two wavelengths. There's two wavelengths are sent out, and in this case you got the yellow, okay, yellow line, and the blue one, okay. Now, if you send out two waves at the same moment, this is called phasing, okay, and equal frequencies, okay, as in the case of the blue and yellow line, okay, a resulting wave's amplitude will double. Now, this is well known to people in the music industry, people. It's why they use wooden and plastic resonance boxes for their speakers, okay. It's the same frequency and it doubles the sound, okay. Better the box, but better the sound, okay. Now, this here is a density chart, okay, magnetic force density related chart, okay. Bear with me on this. This is another thing we've made, another piece of the puzzle that we found. Magnetic density, you'd think would be D for density, wouldn't you? But it's not. It's got a B, and you'd think you'd have an F for force. You'd think, but you got an H. So what is going on with that? For their science is a bit unusual, unless you think of this I showed, and I asked the question all along, what does the HB mean? Well, the H is an anagram for the fasces, the arrows, the shake of arrows that pass through the North Pole, okay, or the Holy Grail Cup, okay, and the B is the spiraling vortex, as I explained with, you know, the biggest band, BB, ABBA, BB King. Look, guys, it just goes on. You're going to know a million. Okay, it's all related. So, HB is not a coincidence. Not. So, understanding fasces. Now, two identical waves 180 degrees out of phase will completely cancel each other out. In the process, it's called phase cancellation or destructive interference. Now, this is important, and I'll explain why. So if you want the knowledge of waves to be useful to make a fasces weapon, by the way, okay, we have to understand natural vibrational frequency. Okay, now atoms in sandstone, cement or brick can project a beam at it. So if you project a beam with the same vibration as, say, sandstone, okay, what will happen is if you leave it long enough, okay, the strength or amplitude, finally the electromagnetic force that holds the atoms together will vibrate violently, they will heat up, and finally the stone will fall apart into dust. Ring a bell? This is what Fasces can do and more. Now, in fact, this happens in the house when you put coffee in your microwave. Yeah. Now, I'm not on about warming it up. If you left coffee in a microwave for long enough, it would turn into water vapor and disappear. It would evaporate. So what you're looking at is you have a miniature Fasces device in your kitchen, guys. Your microwave oven is a Fasces. Yeah, I know. But but what happens if you project two waves at exactly the same frequency, exactly the same amplitude, but we do not send them out at exactly the same time, but we wait exactly half the frequency length? Okay, well, that's what we get. Cancellation. You see here. Okay, cancels out. Now, but there's always a good side, which is always epic. Fascist technologies, yes, it's bleak, but there is a bright side, as I always like to talk about. Since gravity or electromagnetic acceleration are two vortex waves opposing magnetic fields, and the moment that they have the exact same strength, they cancel each other out. This is the reason why we can only possibly live on a flattened stationary plane, but also we definitely need to have two opposing torus fields, not just the one, more like this one here. This is your model of what we know, what we've worked out to be living in. As above, so below. The proof that there are two is the amplitude that I just explained. So you send it out half a wavelength less, and it will cancel out. Okay, this is exactly what's happening here. It's perfect, in fact. So basically, the amplitude of one is bigger than the opposing force, and it will go up and down. If they would tell us this, basically, if they told us this fact, basically we would know then that this could only be a flat plane, but they don't. Okay, now you can either double the wave of magnets or you can cancel them out. You can even levitate devices, as I just showed you on a quantum levitator. All this knowledge has been there all along, people. Right? It's just being rediscovered. Okay, I'm going to leave it there for today. So everything I'm telling you now, people, is not in the fucking realms of fantasy, but a reality. This place can only exist as a flat plane between two vortexes, magnetic vortexes, in a torsion or toroidal field. As above, so below. Okay, now we're going to clear up some more stuff. I'm just going to basically cover what I just spoke about, and we're going to move on to the rest of this vlog. Okay, people, so what have we learned? We've learned that there are possibly some magnets or angels or magnetic forces on the four corners of this realm, possibly being the cause of the seasons. The discs or the luminaries, I shouldn't call them discs, I've got a clue. The luminaries are attracted on to the one angel magnet, and then on to the next, and then on to the next, back round to the magnet in the middle, to the seasons, and then back out again. Just like the square and stationary Earth behind us. And coincidence, I don't believe in coincidences, the Tesla machine happens to be the exact same model. So we are more or less living in a version of a Tesla machine. This is where he got the tech. Then we looked at something that has never been looked at before, not while I've been on the scene, the Leaning Cook Tree Mystery, which proves beyond a shadow of a doubt, if they're all pointing at the equator, and the sun is supposed to be 93 million miles away, this is an impossibility. The only way it works is on a flat plane projection. And then I show you that to understand how the Fasces works, which is in fact the microwave technology in your kitchen, to understand wavelength can be amped up or cancelled out. Amped up in Fasces technology to turn things to dust. All you need to do is find the frequency of say bottle, glass, exact the same frequency. Opera singers can do it. So they find the exact same frequency, the atoms will vibrate violently, they will heat up, and they will fall the fuck apart and deaggregate. All of this will turn to dust. That's the bad side of Fasces. Ramped up, exponential. But it could be cancelled out, okay? Which is what's happening on a flat plane. Did all of that go in? You may want to watch it twice. It's all in there, and it's all in there clear. Okay? The next time, hold on to your horses, guys. It's going to get crazy. Crazy good. Okay? So I'm going to take a little break now, and we're going to basically, if you're watching this live, okay, if you're watching this on my premiere later, hope you're enjoying, hope all that sunk in. We're going to look at some stunning stuff next, guys. This is mind-blowing. So buckle in again. Now, an unconfirmed name from an unconfirmed source has told me, okay, so this is probably true, all the physicists have been having a meeting, okay, they don't know, okay, they're just all scratching their heads, bugging one another, saying, what's the quantum Fasces? Do you know what the quantum Fasces is? I do, and I'll tell you now, guys, the quantum Fasces, right, keep it family friendly, is quantum Fasces is a bundle of dipsticks. Now, I want to keep it family friendly. I really want the dipshits, okay? But we'll have dipsticks for educational purposes, okay? So there we have. Look at Knight, Bill the Snide Knight. I'm a little teapot, short and spout. Now we know who Darling was. Yeah, Brian Cockless Cock, for obvious reasons. He's a lady. I think he's like dolling himself up in the Mirror Hadfield or something. Maybe he's Wendy on the Wednesdays or something. He looks a bit weird as well, doesn't he? And this man is utterly demented. Is Albert Einstein, okay? As we have already established, means total idiot, obviously. Now, concerning troll channels, there are many that come at flat earthers. We do not respond because we are beautiful people. Okay, we do that shit. So what we do is we repay them in kind. Okay, now there's one video maker out there that likes to basically ridicule good people. So he's an ugly-minded demonic sort, which we know anyway because we know of this person, and we've made a video to basically rebuttal. So here we go. Enjoy. Ball Eaters Full Retard Mode Episode 1. There will be more.
Why would scientists for all these hundreds of years tell us that the Earth is round when it's flat?
Why would they say that? What purpose would they get out of that? And if it is flat, what is it? What is it? Like a piece of toast?
Oh, dear. Once more.
Why Why would scientists, for all these hundreds of years,
Tell us that the Earth is round when it's flat. Why would they say that? What purpose would they get out of that? And if it is flat, what is it? What is it, like a piece of toast? And everything sits on top of that piece. What's on?
Okay. Oh, enough from him. Okay. That's episode number 1. There's more coming. Now, where we're going to go from in this vlog, people, as you can see, I have a few pics to present, is share. You remember this at the very start of it all, when I said, sit in the park and enjoy the view. Now, this park has been designed really, really cleverly, people. There's something definitely going on. So, it's obviously a flat earth map, and azimuth equidistant, a beautiful geometric layout. But basically got an image from further up. And then, holy shitski, it shows technasma waves. How could you know? We've recently discovered technasma waves, so this guy knows all about it. Okay, now he seems to have strangely aligned it to the left. I can't really establish why he's done that. Maybe it's the course of the stars over a flat plane under this electromagnetic roof. Or he knows something that we don't. But one thing that became apparent while examining this park, which is called Crescent Park in Sydney, and crescent means, the word crescent means growing, fractally, you know. So we noticed one thing in it is it appears to be a large tower in the middle. So is that Mount Meru? Or is it the Tower of Babel? Now I know a few of you have suggested this, guys. A few of you. Mount Meru, or Vortex Taurus, also known as the Tower of Babel. Remember, it's got a spiral going up it, people. Seems extremely high compared to the size of the Earth. Yes, it does. Did the Australian park designer want to tell people that it touches the dome and could be the highest point of our tent or a canopy of the stars? And he knows whether he's mapped out technasma waves. This guy knows. So here's the tower, and is indeed Tower of Babel. Looks unfinished to my eyes, and on top he's got an opened winged phoenix. So the phoenix analogy is it rises from the flames, resurgi. Okay, but we know that an animal in antiquity with its wings open means what? Yeah, magnetic field. Okay. Now, we also spotted in it, for some strange reason, I don't really know, actually, I'm trying to get to it, maybe you could help with this, the reference of the fish. Now, I know it's Christianity, Christ and the rest, but the fish, Vesica piscis, is actually in the technasma waves, and on so many depictions through antiquity, we're going to go through a few, the fish shows up next to the toroidal. So that could be a course of stars or something. Okay, the mount itself could even be associated or have something to do with the North Pole star. Okay, it could even sustain it. How do we know? Now, take a look at the tower. And the tower is a lovely phoenix atop unfinished Tower of Babel. Most seem unfinished, don't they? Do you ever see a finished Tower of Babel? Or Meru? Or is, I guess it just symbolises the regeneration, blah 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 blah, or maybe it's just another winged animal with showing us that it's the centre of the magnetic universe. No, it is. It is. This designer, he knows definitely how this place works. It's absolutely crazy, but he's not the only one. We've established Tesla based his Tesla machine, which I showed you on my last post, on basically the square and stationary Earth out of the Bible, which is behind me. The 4 angels, or the 4 magnets on the 4 corners. We'll show you how that works. I know one of 2 of you have been very interested. Some are taking notes. Yes, we need 10 vortexes, 2 on each angel, and 2 in the middle, the 2 vortexes at Mount Meru. 10. So this is a 10 vortex system. Okay, now this guy, I'm lost for words with him. How we could know? He's not strictly a flat earther, guys. This is the super magnet guy. I linked him up the last time. Yeah, I'm lost for words with this guy. I don't understand how he could know, how he's thinking these ways. He's just mind-blowing genius to my eyes. He's basically made a hexagonal or an octagon pyramid. Okay, now we explained how wave acceleration works. We've explained stacking or nesting neatly in pyramids. But what this guy has done is he's basically made Mount Meru. What he's done, guys, okay, is he has the same amount of toruses in this small device. Now, this guy, okay, he can, with this device, he can amp up, or he can produce 10,000 Gauss, or the reading for magnetism. 10,000 is an awful lot of power. Okay, now what he's done, he's got 8 angels or angles, 8 angels, 8 magnets. Okay, 2 for each angel for this for it to work. Think of the atom. Since magnetism was always 2 directions, nests in corners. Excuse me, move that over for you. Or it really nests in corners or angles. Maybe I should say 4 angels. So what he's done is he's got the opposing polarities, okay, cancelling out onto the next. So he's got 2 here, 2 here, 2 here, 2 here, 4. Okay, 4 angels. So he's basically, what he's done here, super magnet guys, he's basically designed, or he knows how Mount Meru works. How could he know this? This guy has done the same as Tesla and many others who seem to know what this place is. This guy's making these magnets based on this universe, or this reality, how this works. It's crazy stuff, people. I'll just put that over so you can read it for yourself and soak it in. How could he know? Because it's true. And he knows. So I want you to take a look at this emblem. It's the MMA, the Fight Club for Dallas, for, you know, the Kung Fu people. Yeah, the martial arts people. So examine it, take a look. Do you see anything in it? Well, yeah, guys. When you start to decode, you got straight away the octagon look. And it is the same as Super Magnet Guy's invention. This super magnet that gives you 10,000 Gauss. Okay, and this MMA emblem is a hexagon. It's exactly like Super Magnet Guy's invention, but there's more. There's more. Check this out, guys. This is an image of the Gettysburg Battle Anniversary coin. Okay, 1936. You get the Fasces in the middle, with the Libris that we told you is a moon calendar. Okay, but it's more than a moon calendar, guys. It's basically, it has 2 opposing phases, the 13 days of the new waxing moon and versus the 13 days of the waning dark moon. Okay, this is what the Libris does. If you look on my first video of this series, we show you a picture, or we'll explain how this works. Okay, so you've got the Libris, which basically can tell you what's happening on the solar calendar. This emblem has been, this Libris has been adopted by the lesbian pride movement. Okay, because it's associated with female cycles. Okay, and you got the Fasces, which is an energy weapon, a sonic weapon, with 3 crosses, deep bonds to hold it together. Now these crosses you're going to see all over antiquity. Okay, now what you don't get, guys, what you don't get, okay, with this vortices type scenario is any straight lines, because there are no straight lines in nature. As you've seen on that in that pack with the technasia lines. This is how they are. Okay, this is why the sun and moon arc over us. They're not straight. It's arcing. Okay, you can actually watch this happen. Now, Doc, we did the Doc. Much love, my brother. I said in my comments on one of my last videos, this guy truly knows what's happening here and truly knows what is going on, what we're trying to do, or we will do. And he said that if you put two men in a Searle device, which I showed you, the John Searle device, which looks like a Colosseum, the two opposing vortexes, okay, opposites, will basically constant recycle. There could be a constant recycling battle going on. Okay, now back to the MMA. They've got basically the pyramid, that is Mount Meru. Inside they have the Labris and the Fasces. As you can see, the double-headed Labris and the Fasces inside of that octagon. So they know. The people who design this 100% know. Okay, now these X's, this X code, okay, you can see this everywhere in antiquity, and it's a reference to the Fasces. This is the emblem for city of Amsterdam, and just in case you don't get it here, which it is, the three bindings, the three bonds, okay, of the Fasces. And then down below here they show you a J, or 762. okay, you 762 and you get two Fasces, and there's one behind there as well, okay, so that you don't get it wrong. So the X's, 3 in a row, represent Fasces on antiquity. Okay, now this. The Maltese cross is a 10-pointed star, like our cube, like our 10 vortex system. Only it's got in, oh, obviously as well, yes, the fleur-de-lis opposing vortexes as well. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we even have the 4 angels on the Maltese cross. But more, it has a dove flying, right? This dove is flying downwards. Downwards, he's not flying upwards. No, they don't fly down like that. They're not Stuka dive bombers. So what's going on? So it's over Mount Meru. It's over the North Pole hole, and it's flying downwards. Well, what's happening, guys, is the dove, it represents the light, the beautiful white light, the natural light of the sun, okay? And basically the sunlight has been magnetized, okay? Basically, and it gets sucked back down the North Pole hole and back into the Taurus system. Okay, where it's decompressed again on the other side, following the magnetic field's Taurus path, as we see here. Okay, so it goes through, as we've explained, the Mount Meru is a pyramid, believed to be artificial, and another pyramid below, which is the South Pole, which we believe to be 12 kilometers below Mount Meru. Mount Meru is a double-sided pyramid. We know through showing you through nesting, okay, stacking, that this thing is active. It's giving off ultra high frequencies as well, okay. It's dictating seasons by drawing in the luminaries of the sun and the moon, which are levitating, okay, from magnet to magnet, the 4 angels on each corner, and then steadily back to the center, to Mount Meru, and then back out again, dictating our seasons. It works. So you sucked down the beautiful white light into Mount Meru, okay, and what you experience when light is magnetized. Do you know what light is called magnetized, guys? You guess it? Fasces means phaser. is a phaser. Fasces is a phaser, as I explained. And it's a light. Light phaser is what? A laser. A laser. A laser. So when the light of the dove emanates through the North Pole hole, we get laser light. Aurora Borealis is laser light, guys. Yeah. Now, there's so many examples of everyday Fasces use lasers in our reality. It's quite mind-blowing when you know. Okay, that is what we're seeing. Okay, now it's magnetized light. So this is how industry in the modern day uses magnetized light, and lo and behold, what you find is they are Fasces in the modern world right now. What you're looking at here, people, if I can just mag it down a little bit for you so you can see it all, is a internal structure of a Hewlett-Packard 550AB laser tube assembly. Okay, so it's a laser printer, guys, right? But the middle section, okay, here are cylindrical magnets. So what you got is 1, 2, 3 magnets bound, okay, with a ribbon holds the 3 magnets together. It's a Fasces. And everyday use of a Fasces is, have you ever seen that black box when you go to the discotheque? And it's inside that, guys. Excuse me, I just wanted to blow that up a bit for you so you could see. There you are. Little dog enjoying his lasers. Don't stare in them. So yeah, only printers, CDs, DVDs have lasers. Okay, so that is what's going on inside the black boxes. Is the Fasces is magnetized light, and they just point it as spinning spectrums or mirrors, excuse me, or spinning lenses to create that effect. It's quite simple. So there are small handheld Fasces you can have around your home. I have one myself, my laser pointer, which is absolutely great fun. Maybe I should have took that to the convention, the conference. It's a great fun. So that is Fasces. That's what they were using in antiquity, and they're still using now. The Fasces. That's your conventional everyday laser, which I've got in my hand. And this is a shocker. This is a shocker. This is on sale. It's not very expensive. I was looking, it's a blue laser. I was thinking this is ace. They're like $50 for sale in Japan. Ba-dum! Any idea what that looks like? Huh? Wow, it's a Fasces. It's a laser. Yeah, I know. It's pretty neat, isn't it, guys? Okay, so a phaser light is a laser, and a target laser is a what? I've already covered it. It's laser. That's right. So that's what's happening as well. Future professional citizen defense. Have your own little Fasces. Okay. And it's a targeting laser. It's insane. It's insane. So we're going to move on now, people. Now we're going to do some more decoding, which is basically going to take us up to half-time mark on this series, where we're going to reflect on all what we learned. Because, as I said, people, this takes some, not some understanding. I think it's quite simple, but I think it takes some spiritual processing. Now, I know that's why I've left it up, like, 3 days for you to, chew it over. I'm doing my best to try and explain these subjects, people. To me, it's very important. I'm giving a lot doing this. You'd be very surprised what it takes out of you. Okay, and we're moving on. Now, I'm going to talk a little bit more about Mount Meru. Okay, basically, here's two bunnies, okay? Because I absolutely love bunnies, as you know. It's a ball. Are you kidding me? Okay. Eschatological bunnies looking at the same thing from a different perspective. The vertical line of the centre axis, where Mount Meru is, represents an X shape. An X shape, okay? The hourglass, or the Holy Grail. The Holy Grail, okay? Which is not round, but you have to be squared on the side. Now, this is from Dan Winter's site. It's going to give you an idea of what this means. Actually, this first is... Ooh, this is from... excuse me. This is from Ken Wheeler's site. Excuse me, first. Now, Ken Wheeler is a right brain box. Okay? He basically needs a big shout. Okay? Not that he's ever going to watch my stuff, but this is off of his channel. This guy understands magnetism like no other, but I don't know if he realises exactly what he's done. This shows the double vortex toroidal system, and it shows the inertial flat plane, dielectric flat plane between the two. Okay, it's the only way it can exist. Cancel out its equilibrium. And you have here, here, and here, and here, the four angels, or the four vortexes, or the two, or the four double vortexes making 8, and the two in the middle making 10 to make this 10. So big shout to him. I don't know whether he realised exactly what he was doing, but maybe he did. He's mapped it out really well. And what I was about to show you was a map of Dan Winter's, but unfortunately I brought it up. And it shows you that if you look down on our inertial flat plane, it will show you an X, okay, an X. So I don't really want to basically start again. Okay, so we can play a game here, guys. There's two ways of looking at reality, or this model, which is side on, which will give you sort of a W structure, or looking down, which will look like a twisted X. Okay, a twisted X. Okay, which you see there, an X. The X. Okay. Now this X you're going to see all over antiquity. And now we're going to look at some ideas. Okay, now as I said, guys, they don't actually show you ever the side view of this system on any of antiquity. It's always this. So I'll go through a few. I won't need even to say much about them. You're probably going to work it out for yourself. Okay. Alright. And this one's from Ethiopia. Well, excuse me, a church. So, again, even with a fleur-de-lis pointing in. All in plain sight, people. When you get out there, and once you realise what I'm telling you, then you're going to know. Again, on Meru. Again, 4 angels. And this is from an Ethiopian church. Okay? Again, now this is the Catholics. Okay? And the papal cross. Again, it's perfect. They know. 100%. Look, guys. It's got the 4 angels. You've got Mount Meru and you've got the inertial flat plane. They can't help themselves, people. But the P, what is the P? Okay, that's okay. It is called Hyron. And they basically, the meaning of the word gyro, which means ring or circle. So what they've done is they're telling you with the P, this is a ring or a circle, the system, it has an inertial flat plane. And here's the cross section here with the 4 angels, 4 corners. It's just crazy. The Catholics know. Here again, they can't help themselves at all with the X. Oh, you're probably wondering what this little dog's looking for. He's not the only one. He's looking for, okay, he's looking for Windows XP. It was taken away in what year was it? I think it was 2014. Yeah, remember that? Windows XP. What was the XP all about? Well, it's the X and it's the P. for the system we live in. Getting convinced, yeah? Okay. Here's some more examples of papal P and our Mount Meru. And it's everywhere. You're not going to be able to unsee it now, people. Papal P, there's the fish again. See? It's showing up here again in this ancient depiction. I'll get to it, we'll get to it. Okay, but there you go again. The whole system in plain sight. From magnet to magnet, back to the middle, back out again, from magnet to magnet, seasons, everything covered in that beautiful system. And of course 3, 2, 2 skull and crossbones, just like the pirates. Yeah, X marks the spot, alright guys, it really does on a pirate map. Yeah, I know. It's all starting to make perfect sense, isn't it, people? What about this one? I know we've all seen it many times. I've walked in it myself. Here, St. Peter's Square, which is not a square, it's a circle. And what they show you, excuse me, I'll just make this smaller for you, is the flat earth. You have, again, the cross, again, the inertial flat plane, again, the 4 angels on each corner. Summer solstice, it even tells you vernal equinox, sunrise solstice, winter solstice and equinox. They tell you we're all on St. Peter's Square or whatever. Shadow casting off the obelisk at different times of the year. It's been long established anyway that it's a calendar, but also a perfect representation of our system. That is all over antiquity and there's no escaping it. Even Osiris has to do the X code. Okay, this X code is everywhere. Once I tell you, you will not unsee it. The X code is our system. They show you here in an old Mayan depiction, again, just like the cross of St Andrews on the Scottish flag. The cross of St Andrews, apparently there's a crucifixion of the other way around. That is the real meaning. They've even got the phoenix with the wings open, magnetized. It's just all in plain sight. Once you see, once you know, the penny drops. We have some Masonic 5th degree awards and 6th degree. That one actually is St Andrews, but it's in green. I don't know why, maybe the Celtic colour. So we have the X again and another X, and you have the Libris, the double pyramid and the G. But again, so this goes right through our culture, guys. This goes right through our culture. This dude, Aleister Crowley, I'm sure you know all about him. Anything associated to Egypt is associated to this guy, isn't it? He's all over popular culture. And there he is with the X code, telling you what this place is. Here's a terrible drug addict Argentinian man with tiny willy called Diego Maradona. Okay, the Hands of God goal, because he's a cheating rat. Okay, looking up, pretending he gives a shit when he's just the worst capitalist on earth. Yeah. And he's doing the sign of the cross, which is not the Christian cross, because that don't work like that. Okay, now Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band, all in plain sight. Even on here, guys, they even show you you got the crosses, you have Mount Meru, you even have our initial flat plane, that one above and the one I tell you about below. It's all there, the whole thing. Look, look, the top pyramids, we're both facing in. I was just screaming what this place is on the most important cover of contemporary music history, is it not? Even Crowley makes an appearance on the cover, and the cover shows us the place where we live. There's no avoiding it, people. You're going to see it everywhere. Now, I know this dick cowl, is on the X factor, but again, the X factor, the program that tells who actually sat and thought that up in these meetings they have when they're initializing these bullshit things, these talent shows. Why the X factor? Who named if you got talent you got the X factor? That's bullshit, guys. They're showing you right the way through it. Here's this is an antiquity, right? Okay, no biggie here. He's doing sort of X, but just to make sure the orb that he's standing on has the X. Okay, there's just no avoiding it. Anywhere in popular culture, anywhere in antiquity. The next one is a religious seminar announcement from 1853. Again, we've even got the Jewish menorah, which we've already established is a device. Now you're going to see this everywhere, people. You're not going to be able to avoid it now. The X code. We have a Vatican symbol, Grand Orange Lord of Scotland, which is Masonic. They have thistles instead of laurel leaves. The laurel leaves, which are two opposing vortexes, but in this case they've used thistles of two opposing vortexes, and you have the star in the middle, and you have the cross, all in plain sight. The keys of the Vatican in a cross, all in plain sight. There's so much. You're probably going to be rifling through your images now all over again. I've got like literally thousands now with this code. Here is an Egyptian ring. Okay, and as you can see, the being or the entity has her wings, which are magnetic toruses, and they're open and they are in the shape of a cross. Technasia was incredible to us. What it is unlocked. Wow. Yeah, I know. So you have the cross coming out in lightning strikes. You know, Zeus's lightning bolts. You know, this is often talked about in our community, isn't it? Okay, so it's giving off an electrical charge, and it's in a cross, and it's sort of on a speaker. Do you think this is by accident on the president's voting advertisement? A lot of thought has gone into it, even the two opposing arrows going in. It doesn't end, people. I'll give you 1,000 images. Here's Puke Victoria Beckham, ex Spice Nobody, I don't even know. One Hit Wonder, because she got a Ziggy Zigga, whatever that is. Actually, that was Mel B, but you know what I mean. But she's not even my favourite Spice Girl anyway, so Baby Spice, obviously. She's Emma Button. Not that I like Spice Girls. She's got on her lower abdomen, she has a lightning cross, electric sparks. Okay, two opposing vortexes over the uterus, which is the Holy Grail. Okay, they're showing everything in plain sight for the initiated who know, which is you lot now, because I'm telling you, and giving away their dipshit secrets. And it's a pleasure too as well, guys. It's giving me a joy just to expose these fuckers. Will.i.am. I know it's the X Factor, but he's doing it again. There's no religious significance in this, people. They know exactly what they're doing. Okay, it's probably some code with the scarf, the bandana, and the colours. All of it. The X code. Here, again. Double phoenixes, wings open, magnetised, and you have the double pillars, which we know has got the binding around it, will make it magnetised, and the cross. The whole whammy, all in one go. Our flat plane. Okay. Also, the evil goat. You know, some reverence, doesn't he, with these people? a goat, a bit of a bad press, don't know if he's a bad critter, they seem cute. Check the horns. That's 2 pronounced double vortexes, people, don't you think? Even the Welsh Guards, his main emblem is a goat. They take it to every single, you know, every single thing they do. They take their goat with the horns, the 2 double vortexes. It's credible, isn't it? Okay, now we're gonna. Unconfirmed sources have contacted me saying that all physicists have gone into some sort of hospital, okay, for recuperation or some rubbish. So I sent my unconfirmed sources over to NASA. Apparently they got a shortage of employees, but they've been searching and they found somebody evil enough to work for NASA, and we'll show you now. So buckle in and please do subscribe. You're going to miss all the juice to come if you don't. Okay, don't rob yourselves. So here he is, the Dark Prince himself, Ozzy Osbourne. Ozzy, as you can see, he's not really well. He says he feels like a penguin. What an irony, in about an hour or so he'd be sat with penguins. So yeah, so they've got a new employee, NASA. There he is, Ozzy Osbourne. Okay, Ozzy Osbourne from Black Sabbath, who is the Dark Prince and a personal friend of Satan himself, by all accounts. So they got to hear that I was bringing home the World Cup, and back to the people of the real meaning and the real World Cup. To the people, non-sport related, obviously. And this fella heard all about it, so his dad is hurrying home to basically see all of us lift the World Cup, which will be a monumental moment in about maybe 20 minutes or so's time. So be excited, be very excited. As you can see, he's excited. Yes, he is. And also NASA have sent me a personal message from the ISS fake station. Okay, Terry has sent me a message. Okay, I think that's Terry. Yes, he's coming home. That's right, Terry. He's coming home. I actually spoke to your son Terry in chat once, and he said he really liked my work. Yeah, funny that, me being a flat earther and all, don't you think? True story. So on my last vlog, we broke the X code, the X all over antiquity and our reality. And one of the shots that I basically never brought up was the Dan Winter shot of what it looks like to look down onto Mount Meru, which is the centre bit here. Okay, and what it gives you is a swastika. Most of us know this. Okay, or a cross. You will never see the side view, the side in. It'll always be looking down on the vortex system. Okay, now what we're going to do now is we're going to drive home in a way you never ever would have expected, and the way that this reality is encoded you will never believe. It is, once you know, it is overwhelming, and you'll probably just watch this and think, holy Christ, yeah, of course, the way I did, guys. Now, clocks, we'll go into them right now. So it's encoded in all our reality. I will give you some, quite a few, depictions from history, from our reality, to drive home that the controllers, the elites, the powers that should not be, 100% know what this place is. And the massive clue that came in this morning from a sub will blow your socks off, guys. It's just the best intrigue you've ever imagined on YouTube. I feel so blessed just for it to all come my way, all of it. Thank you, people. Now, the one that you will always see, the one. Remember, the numerical system is based on this. The one is the axis Monday, the axis between the four angels and our inertial flat plane. and it's on the dollar, it's everywhere. But the one place you would never expect to see it is here, on your everyday clock or watch. Now, it's long been suspected, but not as much as you could imagine. If you take the way the look, this pattern has been set out, the reason is because of this. There is a code, a circle called Tesla's or Gurdjieff's circle, or Rodin, even Marco Rodin, excuse me, as this this Vortex math guy. You see him on YouTube. It's really advanced stuff, but they are talking about vortex physics or vector physics, vector math. So you get this circle, which is a 9-pointed star, but of course it's got the axis mundi, it's got the 4 corners, and what we talked about all the way through. And now you could, the wings open, obviously you can see the 9-pointed star. Now they're not more. Here's Gurdjieff. If you don't know him, he's one of the greatest minds of our era, a bit of a Tesla type. There you are. Hello. So he seems pretty friendly, and has got an excellent view on reality, by the way. Look into him. So they got this code, they call it the Tesla code. It is mind blowing. I mean, amazing. This is the more obscure version. What you get is, keep an eye on the triangle, the blue triangle. Okay, and what you get is this, right? It will go 6, 9, 3, 6, 9, 3, or the other way, 3, 9, 6, 3, 9, 6, right? Repeating into eternity forever and ever and ever. Okay, it's just incredible, right? So it is the opposing toruses, the double toruses, but this is into infinity both ways. Now let's take a look at the clock again. Excuse me. As you can see, again, you've got the 4 toruses. Now, this math of Tesla's code and Mark Rodin's code and Gurdjieff's code is this: simply multiplying each number by 2. That's it. Okay, you get so 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, but the 16 is always represented by a 7 for their reason in this math, and 1 add 6 equals 7, etc. So that was the circle I showed you now, just now with the 9-pointed star. All will become apparent. So you can see that on the 4 magnets, you get the 3, the 3, the 6, and the 9, right? Okay, working on an eternity loop. Okay, both clockwise and anti-clockwise, guys. I shit you not. I shit you not. Now, not only that, so the flat Earth projection, if you can get one to fit perfectly with a flat Earth azimuth equidistant, not only that, it is accurately presenting, has to, both double toruses with an initial flat plane. Wait for this, guys, wait for this. Now, it will all make sense right now, excuse me. So, clocks can go in reverse. Well, is there any evidence for that? Yeah, in antiquity, the Jewish people used to have clocks in reverse. Here's one here. They've kindly left intact. There's not many. In modern days, they always have clockwise. Now, this is a counterclockwise clock, and it is in Prague, on a synagogue, kind of them, in Prague, to let us know that clocks are so much more than telling us about the place that we live. It is so mind-blowing, people. Now, what I'm going to do now is I am going to drive home, apart from all clocks, more than accurately show this model using Tesla code and a mathematical theorem. All of it. Axis mundi, initial flat plane, the toruses, the magnets on the 4 angels on the 4 corners is just insane. On our clocks, they most certainly knew about it. That's a genius. Which one of them invented it, I couldn't quite say. And it's that. It's absolutely amazing, people. Now we're going to move on. Let's drive this nail home. Now we know what this place is, and we know what the shape is. Let's decode some more of our reality. Now, obviously this is an ancient Sumerian picture I must have shown 100 times on my channel, and what we've always thought was, you know, definitely an electrical device. Oh damn, it's damn sight more than that, people. It's an accurate representation of our flat plane. It's the axis mundi in the middle and the four corners. Okay, now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So you get the 8 everywhere in antiquity, and I'll show you now. This is another Maltese cross. They give you the basically some sort of flowers to show you where the Tauruses are, and you get 1. You actually get the Tauruses. Look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Remember, 2 Tauruses per angel, per magnet. Okay, north and south pole. Well, we know this. Okay, driving each luminary, the sun and the moon, onto the next, onto the next, onto the next, then back into the center to the center pyramids, which is a double pyramid because it goes underground as well. That's the south pole. Okay, and that dictates our seasons. 100% works, people, every single aspect, and they 100% know, which I will drive home now. If you don't get it after this, okay, well, I just don't know what to say. Maltese cross, all there, all of it. There is so many, it is hard to even put into words. Now this one is interesting. It's a Venetian and Serbian cross we found, okay, but it's more, it's the colours too. Now the red, no, first the white is the sunlight, obviously, and you get the red and the blue. What they determine is the double vortex. They're showing you here, you've got double vortex, you've got the four double vortexes, the 8, you've got the axis mundi, you've got the initial flat plane, and the black, the blue and the red representing double Tauruses. How many flags of the world have got red, white and blue? Can you think of any? All in plain sight. We move on. Do I even need to tell you? We move on. Oh, we're down with this one, I think, people. Now this is an Indian depiction, an Indian top of a Indian cross, which is again our flat plane, axis mundi. The ring around it's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, like our cube, 8, 2, 4 to 6 per angel, 8. So it's every single depiction, and once you know, it just screams at you. So what you got here is a depiction of the axis of our place where we live, and 2 animals, deers, either side. Does that remind you of anything? So opposing cows or cattle, golden cattle, by the look of them. Remind you of anything? Yeah, I can hear what you're saying, guys. Exactly right. Now it's obvious to us all by now, guys, that this is a device, but you know they're transporting some large battery around with an electrical device on top to basically a conduit. No, that is a storm just hit my window. Okay, so battery, and you get positive and negative terminals at the top, just like we all thought anyway. Is that a Faraday cage in the background, by the way? It certainly bloody looks like, people. What is it then? Just netting? Looks like a Faraday cage to me, people. Isn't that intriguing? So the depictions of Faraday cages in antiquity. Found one only this morning. Hope I can bring it up. No, so obviously this is a device, and this has been mentioned very recently, the yin and the yang, which is 2 opposing Tauruses, as are the serpents, or the dragons, or the snake. And in this is the I Ching, Chinese I Ching diagram, and it completely shows you the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's everywhere. Look. This is a Celtic cross. I'm from Wales. These are everywhere in my country, and they're literally showing you the vortexes on each corner, the 4 angels on each corner, guys, and the vortexes in the middle, the Archaix Mundi on Mount Meru, on every Celtic cross. All of it is in there. Let's go on. Okay, guys, this is a Christian cross. This one's a whammy. Take a look at that in the middle. You have an 8 cube structure inside of a lotus flower. The lotus flower, for the Buddhists to believe in, is the double vortex. You've got the arrows coming out. It's just absolutely incredible. Why the bottom bit is longer, I've yet to establish, but so in the middle you've got the flower of life, so they know about the stable 8 on a Christian cross. This is establishing everything about the cube and everything from the beginning to ensure that we explain exactly how this place can only work from the bottom up. So it's got the flower of life in the middle, and the technasia waves coming out interpreted as a lotus, and the arrows facing out on the 4 corners, and it's everywhere. Oh, and excuse me, the initial flat plate between, of course. Just a thought, this one is elongated. Do you remember that park I showed you with the technasia waves? I was puzzled to why it was all sort of skewed to the right a bit with the technasia waves. I'm sort of wondering, this is as well, you know, sort of extended that way. I just don't know why. There's a connection. Now, so this is self-explanatory. Actually, it's another Christian cross, but it's got absolutely everything in it. The intertwining snakes, which is established now. Snakes round the column is charging, it's causing a magnetic field. Every single thing is in here, guys. The structure of the place where we live. Check these out as well. The Archaix Mundi, the wings open. Archaix Mundi would be the Tudor flower, or the Rosette de la Cruz, if you like, flower. All in plain sight in that alchemical symbol. So what else have we got? We got the Rosette de la Cruz. Hi Rosette, if you watch this, did you know that? Now I know it hasn't got 8 to represent the 8, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So the 8, they've crowned her off on the top with a crown. So we still get 8 vortexes, 2 per angel, and we get our initial flat plate, the cross code. Okay, so basically our Archaix Mundi, initial flat plane, Mount Meru, and our angels, all in plain sight on every depiction. This is for the Isle of Wight. Again, the P to tell you it's a circle. Okay, you got the everything is all in there. Do I even need to say any more, people, once you know? Do I? The Indian wheel. How many times have I posted about this, people? How many prongs? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Like our stable 8 cell, Archaix Mundi, the cross code, every single thing in the Indian wheel. An accurate representation of the place where we live in. This is the double vortex system with an initial flat plane between it. This is a Romani gypsy coin symbol from the Middle Ages, apparently around 500s, I mean 1500s. And there was apparently a saying there, if a Roman soldier pulled you in this era, Roman law was you used to say Roma, but they used to say it, and it was a sort of a counter code, a word to survive amongst the Romani, which they're not, gypsy people. Okay, and this is their sign. This is their sign. Okay, and it's the same again. It's the B or the 2 opposing vortexes, and Archaix Mundi, and our inertial flat plane between it. And it's everywhere. How many times have we seen this? We don't have to look too close to work it out, do we, people? Our Buddhist mandalas, our tankas. I've got one on my wall. Okay, I've got an antique one on my wall. It's beautiful. But again, it shows you the middle, our Mount Meru, and the 4 corners with the 4 angels, even on that depiction. So it's every single culture, everywhere, on all logos, on our popular culture, music, maps, everything is true. Okay, Michelangelo's very, very famous, I can remember what it's called, the Exhibitionist. How many limbs are you seeing here, guys? Arms and legs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's no escaping it. It's everywhere. Once you know, you know. This is in sport in America for some reason. They need an octagon, an 8-sided octagon. Do you think the sports fans know anything about the shape of the earth? I want to. So, who else? Okay, the Vatican. Again, we've established quite a bit. And this is obviously the initial flat plane, axis mundi, and the 4 angels on the 4 corners. Anything else? Yeah, the UN made into 33 subsections, 33, 2 opposing vortexes. People are going to have to realise this is what it means, okay? This is what it actually really does mean, okay? Each subsection here is in 33 subsections. And the 2 opposing vortexes, 4 laurel leaves, okay? Now, I start my vlogs each time with the D. Winston Churchill knew what that was. The makers of Star Trek have it on their blazers, it's their emblem. They know what it is. NASA have it on their emblem with a serpent's tongue. A serpent's tongue coming out of it. And V is for vector. It's for vector. Okay, they know. Okay, V is for vector. Now, this one's a bit of a weird one. True as well. Ladies' hair. Okay. What you see here is 2 opposing vortexes in 2 different directions. So they even do it in their hair without even knowing. But you don't even think about it when you're looking at your watch, do you? But it's both ways with that. Now this is Starbucks, or you see it all over antiquity. The Melusin, a double-tailed female goddess, and she's usually the Starbucks logo among others. And what you get for 2 things, or 2 tails, is 2 opposing vortexes. Okay, 2 opposing vortexes. Okay, I'm losing. And our not so much our friends, I'm sure you recognise this. If you're a flat earther, you 100% can recognise this. It's the symbol for the Jesuits. Okay, the Society of Christ, the Secret Service, the police force for the Vatican. Okay, and take a look at that symbol. Okay, so it has the H. The H, well, that's 2 opposing vortexes. They have the X in the middle to let you know where the Mount Meru is, and the I is an initial flat plane, and the S is the I is actually Mount Meru, and the S is the snake of the dragon. Okay, but how many shiny stars or shiny things, sort of sun rays, can you see here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Only 7. Only 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, they're not very much go on that. The Jesuits should be 8 sun rays. Okay. Well, what about this? That's another ancient depiction. I'm sure you've seen this before. It's an ancient flat earth map. I've had a few different versions of this. I got Mappa Mondays, or show you the 4 corners, and this is exactly the same. We've got the initial flat plane, and you've got the 4 corners, and you have the axis mundi ripping straight through it. All the old depictions will show you it. I can show you 1,000 right off. This is a Michelangelo depiction. I could show you dozens of these. I have done along the way anyway. Oh bloody hell, what did I just do? Excuse me. I don't want to do that. Okay, excuse me. Sorry about that, people. I want to just fit the page so you could see it all. There you are. So this is Michelangelo's design, okay, by Giovanni di Florentini of Rome, and it's exactly the same. Okay, 4 angels, 4 corners, the Mount Meru, Axis Mundi, and the initial flat plane on all of these buildings. Not all, but a good few of them are built on our flat model. The ceiling or the dome inside the Vatican. It's exactly the same again. Let's move it to fit page and you can pull that in. You have 8 angels and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You have the circle inside. And it's exactly the same, an initial flat plane. So that's a dome inside. Another Maltese cross. There are many of these with the fleur-de-lis showing you the torus fields, and you get exactly the same. 2, 4, 6, 8. 8 like that, like our cube. So on we go. Jesus Christ, and take a look at the star in the background, or the shine in the background, the disc, excuse me. How many sections? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 sections. Isn't that coincidence? Deliberately split into 8 sections. I think there's something in there. This one. Don't worry, I'll just overwhelm you with how much of this is in your reality, just to shock you, because it is absolutely everywhere. This one's an Indian cross, by the way. Got swastika in the middle, obviously. I just showed you that's the way the toroidal system looks like when you're looking down from above, looking down onto north, and exactly the same again. It's just every single. This is a coin as well, Byzantine coin, so an Asian coin, and exactly the same again. Isn't it a coincidence, actually, guys, that I got a tattoo on my hand that I did at 11 years of age, and it is 100% identical to that picture there? What are the chances, guys? You see that? So we move on. So Byzantine coin from 1143 to 1118, and they got exactly the same. You got a orb and scepter, and this is our initial flat plane. It is insane, and it's everywhere. Guys, I could pull up 1,000, more than 1,000 right the way now, and you're not even going to know. It's just incredible what is encoded in our reality, and it's all going to come out. Okay, so I hope you do enjoy that. Now this one is exactly the same. It's pretty self-explanatory. So you've got the cross or the X code again, and the wings open for magnetism, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The heart. The heart. Remind you of anything? It's a bit like the apple, isn't it? It's like 2 opposing toruses, isn't it? The heart. But it would be. So you've got 8 chambers, exactly the same as the 8 cube, exactly the same as the 8 vortexes on each corner. Exactly the same. The heart is exactly the same. What about this? Do you ever feel why you feel so lucky when you find a 4-leaf clover? 2 double vortexes. 2 double toruses. And there she is. Okay, our universe. Okay, let me fit it to page so you can soak it in. It can't be any other way. Okay, the way I've explained the nesting dolls and the way the structure of the universe, using their tools of what can be proved in a reality as real, and this is what we've arrived at. It cannot be any other way. So ultra confident this is, so that I've just got like literally gigabytes of images to drive this home if I needed to do, and info. Okay, so that's what it looks like. So obviously if you're on a flat plane dome, you're an inertial flat plane, and there is the dome as such is an electromagnetic That's their Van Allen belt that they can't pass through. Motorway systems. Any accidents? Do you think that they had to do that? Two double vortexes. Again, what about the human brain? Oh yeah, just like the being, just like the angel wing, two opposing vortexes on a slice of the human brain on a CT scan. It's credible, isn't it? And this one, okay, that's apparently real. Apparently a real double helix. Apparently a photo of a double helix. Apparently. Okay, so what should show you? As well. So two opposing two opposing toruses on the centre bit, and that is apparently the helix. So it's all of it, all of us. This was off of one of my old books. It was out of an 1800s 19th century booklet, and it shows our torus system to great effect. It's absolutely beautiful. So you may want to soak that in. Let me just make the image smaller for you. And that's from the late 1800s. Yes, they did a good job there. People do know people. I had a message this morning I'm going to talk about in a minute. So blow your socks off again. Between two Fasces. You know what they are now. Oh, I've done it again. Fucking, excuse me. Two double Fasces. And the Roman word. Oh, check this out as well. Connecting the both. Amazing. And a lot of relief for two opposing toruses. And the wings open, magnetised. SPQR. The Roman words for SPQR. Okay, so it's all in plain sight. So it's an acronym for the Latin phrase Senatus Populasci Romanus. Senator Populus of Rome, the official emblem of the government of ancient Rome, and there is their symbol. Two opposing toruses and a bird with its wings open, showing you that it is magnetised. Okay, order out of chaos. Chaos meaning the it's not magnetised. Order meaning all the atoms have been aligned and is now magnetised. So this is again a Roman shield, and apparently from antiquity, and is incredible. Why they need the bar through the middle is incredible. You got two, obviously the whole thing is in there. You have initial flat plane, the axis mundi, and 1, 2, 3, 4 toruses as well. The angels on each corner on a shield from the from the Romans. Okay, I don't even need to explain them anymore. You can just see. Let's just go through some more. So there's your Roman shield, and again, they go stick the winged beings in, just to let you know as well. Any more? Okay, and that's what it looks like. Okay, people. Now, going through the North Pole hole. Now, it's a drawing how rays currents pass through a magnetic ring. Okay, so how in apparently ancient Rome, why would they put it on their shields exactly? So they have knowledge of that. Okay, for sure. And this. Recognise this? Well, you would do if you follow Flat Earth British. It's on my logo, guys. It's the Union flag. The Union flag is exactly the same. All 8, two opposing toruses, axis mundi, and an initial flat plane. All in plain sight. There all along, people. So you spot it. Well, you will now. The World Cup, people. The World Cup. You spot the original World Cup, yes? Okay. So this is where we lift the World Cup, because I think after just showing you what I showed you, I think it's undeniable that the place where we live, and I think you can spot it absolutely everywhere now. In fact, loads of you, dozens of you have been sending me images in, knowing exactly what I'm saying is true, and showing me how this is intercoded in our reality. It is gobsmacking right now. From 1930 to 1970, this first World Cup here was used. It was invented by a guy called Jules Rimet. It was a Jules Rimet trophy. Okay, it's a beautiful trophy, alright? Now look at the wings. So its wings open, it's magnetising the Holy Grail Cup. The sides, guys. Again, yeah, you have to get the 8-sided cube. It's all there in plain sight. Now, in 1974, the globalists got hold of this. They got rid of this because it was showing the place where we live, and they stuck a globe in it. Okay, guys, they robbed us of our World Cup and they replaced it with a globe. So when they win this, since 1974, the players spin around the globe in spirals, never really recognising what's going on. Or maybe some of the elites actually do, who knows. But all in plain sight, alright. So we lift the World Cup, people. We bring it back home, and we know its true meaning. In fact, we know the true meaning. Have a lot of stuff since we started this series, wouldn't you say, people? Wouldn't you say? We'll do a summary this week anyway. So here is Flat Earth British at the end of this section of this post, killing the globe. Can't deny it, people. Any arguments? Please let me know if you can find any faults in anything that we proposed along the way with proposing what this place actually really is. Okay? Let's watch that again. Flat Earth British killing the globe. And again. And again. Makes me feel so good. Right, as I said, I gotta go live later, so this is going to need to be uploaded. I'll put a link in the description box, guys, if you want to catch me over there. That was a roller coaster. What I'm showing you is your everyday Flat Earth watch is actually showing you 2 double-sided vortexes, and it's showing you the watches could have been, and clocks were in antiquity. The only way they could exist is they're showing you the double vortex. They could work in reverse as well, on that infinite looping style that I showed you from Tesla and Gurdjieff's code. Okay, which is mind-blowing. And then I show you many depictions all the way through our reality, popular culture and antiquity to prove beyond a shadow of a doubt they know what this place is. Wadam. Can you hear that going? God, I hope so. Right. Home. Home, Terry. It's come home. That's right. You are home, Terry. You are home. Okay. Now, what we're going to look at is something that came out this morning. A kind sub sent me a message concerning this. It's mind-blowing. Fucking crazy stuff. Stick with it, people. It's not going to be a long vlog. Okay. Now, this guy sent me a message this morning concerning his... Okay. Now, all the news to me, but absolutely mind-blowing nevertheless, was the Festival of Britain, sort of like the Great Expositions. Now, this is the story. Let me just show you that's inside the industrial part. Let's get that up. Excuse me. Right. This guy was called Edgar Longman. Okay, he was a London artist, a war artist. Okay, he was a senior illustrator in the science exhibition in there, below me there, in 1951 at the Festival of Britain. And he sadly died in 2004. The guy was a hero, and this is why. There's not much about him online, but he joined the RAF, okay, and he was assigned to work for M14 propaganda ministry, okay, propaganda department in Cairo in World War II. He met his wife in London. They were high flyers on the London art scene. Okay, but they fell into hard times, and in 1962 they left for Australia broke. Okay, apparently they both, his mother and his father, a sub of mine, thank you so much, they both achieved third-degree Freemasons, both third-degree Freemasons. But anyway, this guy, basically the Freemasons, after he joined them, they'd compromised his work thereafter as an artist. So what he did as an artist for the chief or senior illustrator in the Festival of Britain 1951 was these. Well, thank you very much for sending me. They're not actually coming up, are they? Which are basically it's a single torus, but there's another one there. Oh, it's a single torus, but he was the first guy for fractal geometry to that's the industrial bit inside, to put the periodic table in a spiral for some strange reason. It was akin to, apparently, it looks like the Millennium Dome but upside down, and there it is. It's a dome, a large dome upside down on the banks of the Thames in London, 1951. It's crazy stuff, people. Okay, there's a poster for it. Now the logo's going to knock your socks off, not knowing learning what we've learned now. And here's the logo. So you've got the 4 sections as well. 2, 4, 6, 8. So 8 angels. You've got the 4 sections. You've got the axis Mundi, and you've got our flat plane. They even put 2 toruses in, 2 opposing magnetic fields, using bunting instead of the laurel leaf. And there he invented a spiral or a looping periodic element chart, which is apparently unheard of and the first to do this time around in our reality. But his work, this is inside apparently. There was also one in Edinburgh, Glasgow. I told Mick from Rebel with our post this morning, yesterday, all about it. So yeah, awesome stuff. Big shout to Mick. So this guy knew, and there's a stamp, Festival of Britain stamp, exactly the same projection of our true place of inhabitants. No, it's a crazy thing, people, what has happened on this channel. We're not through it yet. This is just the conclusion of the World Cup Book 2. We'll be taking a little time out soon, and we'll be showing you some more unlocks. Okay, it's just we have to be gentle. These are the pyramids of Giza. In case you didn't know, they're 8-sided, not 4, 8, like a cube. Okay, 8 sides, just like every projection I just showed you, like this one here, to show you the place where you live. The 8-sided. This is a Rodin motor, apparently a free energy device. And there you can see from the air. It's 8-sided, the Pyramid of Giza, not 4. All Mappa Mundi, the Mappa Mundi itself that I witnessed in Hereford, the oldest flat earth or the earliest full-size map in existence. And this is a plaque representation of another Mappa Mundi, but what it has got as well is the 4 corners, the angels on the 4 corners, which you got with the Mappa Mundi as well. Okay. Now, I won't keep you very much longer, people. There's a lot more to come out. I just got so much to bring to you, but as I said, I got a show later, and I need to chuck off and get this up for that. As you can see, guys, all in plain sight, guys, all in plain sight. Let me show you now. All in plain sight, guys. Even the 4 holes on that clock tower there, look, guys, the 4 corners. Like I said, guys, and the 2 pillars, you're going to see them everywhere. Welcome to the place where you live. Yeah, it's quite incredible, isn't it, people? So, yeah, I've been looking into this field of vector math, and it's just, they just know. These people just know. Look, just any old depiction, 4 angels on the corners, cut into 4 cross sections. almost all will give you a depiction on each corner, like the 4 angels in all of these Middle Ages depictions. Angels blowing wind in, which I don't believe to be wind, to be a magnetic field. Your ordinary bog standard mandala, your tanka, there it is, 1, 2, 3, 4, okay, all of it, all in plain sight, even an initial flat plane, okay, all in plain sight, no escaping it, okay. That's apparently a Dutch plate of an azimuth equidistant with the ice wall, apparently, and they just standard. Again, exactly the same. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The whole shamoli again. And the Espirov or Esrov, Estrof, Mapamundi, again, angels. Okay, all blowing in magnetic fields on all Middle Ages depictions, guys, and check